All right, this special meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 5:30 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll, and we'll do that verbally. So, single member District 1, Ms. Canoyer.
Present.
District 2, Ms. Jones.
Present.
District 3, Ms. Lee.
Oh, present.
Single member District 4, Mr. Macias.
Present.
All right, single member District 5, Ms. Poteet.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Stanford.
Present.
And I am Monica Ryan, District 7, and I am present. I'm going to hold off on public comment till we start the open portion, just in case anybody straggles in between now and 6. We're going to go into a closed session as listed on the agenda to have some training on the upcoming VADR and all of the laws that apply to that. So the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation and training with legal counsel regarding legal requirements related to electioneering and political advertising. The time is now 5:32, and we are in closed session.
It was like Christmas. It's been such a good feeling. It was tough work, but I had so many people helping me and so much support from my staff, the contractors, facilities and planning, that it just made it that much smoother. I keep telling everybody, guys, we won the school lottery. And so the kids feel like they've won a school lottery. And so they're really amazed by like the technology, the stairwells, they're excited about the playground. So just the whole new feeling, like a new car smell, they were so excited. I think the best part is just all the new learning spaces that we have. We have 2 science labs. We have a maker space, an art room. We've got this whole tag area that is just amazing. Our library space is just so unique. So I can't wait for them to get in there and just see all their little faces doing all the things. And I'm so enthusiastic about seeing the kids in those spaces and enjoying them.
To get to open a school, it's a special experience. The sights, the kids' faces when they come in, it's quite a campus. Lots of oohs, ahs, wows, lots of lost kiddos, lots of lost teachers too. We're figuring out our building by 8:45. The halls were clear and there were no more parents in the office, and we were in classes and introducing ourselves to the students. The teachers were able to set their introductory and kind of share their syllabus and their classroom rules and expectations, and before you knew it, it was already time to go to second period. I think we're going to do great things. We already have several clubs up and running. We've got a lot of kids in classes, so I love the fact that our fine arts electives are absolutely full. We're going to have some great concerts in the courtyard. Especially looking forward to the Christmas one, having some lights up in the trees and stuff. Yeah, the possibilities are endless. We're starting up Skills USA as of yesterday because my teachers already got kids that are willing to do it. So I'm expecting some great things. It was so good to have the kids and be able to just kind of chop it up with them, talk to them, meet them, and just so much excitement. I really think the vibe of the campus is very, very positive, and it's exciting.
There's something special about this time of year, a sense of anticipation in the air, a feeling that something new is beginning, a blank page full of possibility. It's the start of a new school year. In every corner of our district, doors are open, classrooms are coming to life, and thousands of students are about to walk in full of potential, ready to be inspired. This year, our theme is Viva Judson, and it's more than just a celebration, it's a declaration. Viva Judson means long live the heart of who we are, our spirit, our people, and our belief in the power of public education. It's a rallying cry that honors where we've been and propels us into the future. To look ahead, we must take time to look back, because the path forward is always illuminated by the lessons, the triumphs, and the resilience of our past. Judson ISD has a legacy of rising to challenges, of turning obstacles into opportunities, and for lifting each other up when times are hard. The spirit lives in every classroom, every hallway, every campus, and it lives in you. I'm talking about a culture of collective greatness, about what happens when all of us commit to something bigger than ourselves. It means recognizing that greatness doesn't come from a single individual. It comes from all of us working together and believing that our collective efforts will echo in the lives of every student. That culture begins with how we treat one another. It grows when we listen deeply, collaborate honestly, and push each other to be our best. It shines when the students walk into their classrooms and feel safe, seen, and supported, because every adult in their school believes in them. And it extends to every parent and community member who partners with us in the work of shaping the future. This year, let's recommit to building that culture in every space we walk into. Let's be the spark that ignites the fire in others. Let's create classrooms filled with curiosity, campuses filled with belonging, and a district defined by its unity and excellence. You are not just educators, counselors, nurses, custodians, bus drivers, administrators. Every one of you are culture builders, dream makers, life changers. Viva Judson! Long live the pride, the passion, and the power of community united in purpose. Together, we will make this year one of transformation for our students, for each other, and for the generations to come. Thank you, and welcome back. Let's go to work.
It was like Christmas. It's been such a good feeling. It was tough work, but I had so many people helping me and so much support from my staff, the contractors, facilities and planning, that it just made it that much smoother. I keep telling everybody, guys, we won the school lottery. And so the kids feel like they've won a school lottery. And so they're really amazed by like the technology, the stairwells, they're excited about the playground. So just the whole new feeling, like a new car smell, they were so excited. I think the best part is just all the new learning spaces that we have. We have 2 science labs. We have a maker space, an art room. We've got this whole tag area that is just amazing. Our library space is just so unique. So I can't wait for them to get in there and just see all their little faces doing all the things. And I'm so enthusiastic about seeing the kids in those spaces and enjoying them.
To get to open a school, it's a special experience. The sights, the kids' faces when they come in, it's quite a campus. Lots of oohs, ahs, wows, lots of lost kiddos, lots of lost teachers too. We're figuring out our building by 8:45. The halls were clear and there were no more parents in the office, and We were in classes and introducing ourselves to the students. The teachers were able to set their introductory and kind of share their syllabus and their classroom rules and expectations. And before you knew it, it was already time to go to second period. I think we're going to do great things. We already have several clubs up and running. We've got a lot of kids in classes, so I love the fact that our fine arts electives are absolutely full. We're going to have some great concerts in the courtyard, especially looking forward to the Christmas one, having some lights up in the trees and stuff. Yeah, the possibilities are endless. We're starting up Skills USA as of yesterday because my teachers already got kids that are willing to do it, so I'm expecting some great things. It was so good to have the kids and be able to just kind of chop it up with them, talk to them, meet them, and just so much excitement. I really think the vibe of the campus is very, very positive, and it's exciting.
There's something special about this time of year, a sense of anticipation in the air, a feeling that something new is beginning, a blank page full of possibility. It's the start of a new school year. In every corner of our district, doors are open, classrooms are coming to life, and thousands of students are about to walk in full of potential, ready to be inspired. This year, our theme is Viva Judson, and it's more than just a celebration, it's a declaration. Viva Judson means long live the heart of who we are, our spirit, our people, and our belief in the power of public education. It's a rallying cry that honors where we've been and propels us into the future. To look ahead, we must take time to look back, because the path forward is always illuminated by the lessons, the triumphs, and the resilience of our past. Judson ISD has a legacy of rising to challenges, of turning obstacles into opportunities, and for lifting each other up when times are hard. The spirit lives in every classroom, every hallway, every campus, and it lives in you. I'm talking about a culture of collective greatness, about what happens when all of us commit to something bigger than ourselves.
I do a good banner.
Okay, the board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 6:28 PM. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. And just so the public knows, you won't hear us talking about the Vader really on board meetings anymore, but if you go to the Judson homepage, there is a Vader website, and you can find all your questions answered there, and all the dates of the upcoming town halls are also listed on that website, so when you don't hear us talking about it much during board meetings in the future, there are plenty of ways for you to go get all of your information. So, all right, and now we are going to head into some strategic planning with Dr. Gibson. I'm going to turn it over to you, sir.
All right, sounds like my mic is hot, and I apologize. I think a year ago I was here, and I did exactly the same thing. It was a holiday weekend. I got out on the tractor. I just shredded for Labor Day weekend, and now I got all this stuff going, and I did not wear a mask, Ms. Hoyer, so that's on me. It's all self-inflicted. So, but we, tonight, it's our honor to be here, and I'll introduce Amber in just a little bit. And just to kind of do a bluff or bottom line up front, and to just make sure that there's clarity, I'm going to set this here, and I'm going to make sure that it's picking up enough. Is that good? So I don't have to. We good if I just leave it setting right there? Yes. Did I get a thumbs up? Okay. And I'm gonna look at some notes that I wrote as I was driving down here earlier and watching the Texas House not take up the bill that I was monitoring. I guess tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. But in the last meeting that I was here, what we had agreed to generally, and I just want to make sure that the team of 15, and I'm going to throw that term, and then people may start counting, and it may be more or less than that, but it's your senior leader team and your strategic team, your tactical leaders and your strategic team or board combined. But to the extent possible, and this is really, really important, the staff's done a good job with this, we're going to utilize existing analyses. In other words, it's my belief that we have enough analysis with some documents that we're going to share. And so it's not to create additional analysis. I think this is really important, but it is to take said analysis and translate into action. And by the way, it's really common for most organizations at the point where you have some pretty substantial analyses completed to get just a small case of paralysis by analysis. Very common. Like I'm looking at a CMAT executive summary, 60 pages long, and it's very common to get a little bit of paralysis by analysis. So as a neutral, objective facilitator, I view my role as just helping these two teams combined as one team translate analysis into follow-up action. I will probe to see if there's any additional information that is needed. Having said what I just said, but there may be a moment tonight when someone says, you know what, we don't have quite enough information here, and so but we're generally going to operate from there's enough information available. Is that fair enough, Dr. Fields and President Ryan? Like there's enough information available. Then I've got a small question, but we can talk about this at the end of it. I know that we had talked about a financial solvency, or maybe that's not the right term, but we'll get tight on the term here in just a little bit. Long-term solvency plan of action, or CAPA. You're going to hear CAPA tonight. Corrective and preventative action plan, just so, look, it's CAPA. So if it's all right, I'm just going to use that terminology tonight. But then also as student performance CAPA, drawing on the CMAT audit that we'll distribute here in just a little bit. And then the question that we don't have to address right now, but and it is on the working agenda that we just distributed, is are we also bringing I think I'll call it consolidation and realignment? So like, is that part of, I don't see how you do a financial long-term solvency without also, bringing that in there. But anyway, we can talk a little bit more about that in just a little bit. And so those are the big outcomes. I think that my role is to help deliver on those. As we stated the last time that I was here, we want to do this within a team of 15 construct, and I want to talk about this for just a moment. My hope is that by just coming together and being around the table with the tactical team and the strategic team, that we don't have to have meetings after the meetings, if that makes sense. Like we have the players present, and so whereas we'll talk in a little bit, there may be a time that the staff is back behind the scenes working. Then I'm assuming that once November rolls around, that we'll be back around this table and we'll be looking at the CAPAs is the bottom line. I'm going to just say this. The last time I was here, the team of 15, those that have been watching, I mean, we adjourned into executive session under the 551074 to, talk about team trust self-analysis. And I'm not going to get into the details of that because that's why you have executive session. But I think it's okay to say there are some team trust challenges inside that data. And by the way, in most organizations, once you try to quantify team trust, everybody says we're good until you put a check mark on a Likert scale, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute. What I want to say is that this team, when I was last here, said that we were going to set aside those challenges and work this. That was my recollection as I left. Then what I may just do as a reminder is just say at the end of this, and I put it on the working agenda, that we just come back to the team of 15 once we have these CAPAs in place. But that last time I was here, I said we can work on this and then go to work on the CAPAs, or we can go to work on the CAPAs and like everybody agree that we're going to work on the CAPAs and then we'll come back. All right, I see heads nodding, and that's the kind of consensus. That's what I heard at the end. No, we don't have enough time. We're going to just work together and we're going to get these CAPAs built and we're going to execute them. Okay, so that's kind of the bottom line up front. I'm going to introduce Amber Lasang.
Lasang.
Lasang. Yes, sir.
So then, are we saying then that the team of 15 trust analysis will not be one of the CAPAs?
No, I'm saying it is, but we will pick it up once we have the other CAPAs operational.
Okay,
Does that make sense? I just don't want it, we're not forgetting it.
understood.
We're purposefully saying we believe that we can wait and get the other CAPAs operationalized, but I just didn't want it to get lost. We had said we.
I don't want it to get lost either.
Okay, I hear you.
I agree that we need to get started with the financial and academic CMAT CAPAs. I just don't want that one to be put aside until we complete those other ones, because we'll be working on those for quite some time.
Yeah, that's a fair point, and I didn't really think that, though it could be that in September and October, that could be picked back up while the.
Yes, sir.
I hadn't thought about that until just now, because, and we will do that in executive session, just so everybody knows. Like, that's what we do. Like, I just start going line by line through the team trust, and we could arguably do that in conjunction with the regular meeting. I hadn't thought about that, Dr. Fields.
I'm only one voice. I was just thinking that,
As opposed to waiting until January, I
Correct.
think is what you're saying, right? As
Yes.
opposed to waiting until January.
Especially if no action needs to be taken or something needs to be addressed.
Especially if we feel something needs to be addressed, that might be a long delay, so it's your, yeah.
So I'm open to September, October, y'all, and we could even do it at a regular board meeting night.
Okay. I'm fine with even November, just in conjunction with.
So just know I'm open. Y'all just decide the right time. Y'all know I know how to get here. So we'll look at the dates and I love that we're ensuring that one does not just get lost in the shuffle of several CAPAs that we're going to build. And I completely agree with that.
Yes, sir.
And one thing Dr. Gibson and I talked about is, I used way too many military references all the time, I know. But like sometimes you're trying to form a team on a deployment and things are a little bumpy your first 2 weeks on the ground. You got to get through that first mortar strike and as a team, and then all of a sudden people find things to grab onto together, right?
Right.
So in this process, as we start to work through these things, hopefully it'll give the team something to come together on, which then, once people can find that one thing to grab onto, or those two or the three, that gains momentum. So I think we talked about tracking that team trust over time as we go through this process and see how, as we're doing the good work together, how we see those numbers change and should improve, because we're all doing this together, right?
That makes perfect sense.
When it really hits the fan, that's when y'all got to band together as a
Yep.
team and move forward. So, but yeah, we don't want to lose sight of it. We're hoping will be part of that process seamlessly.
I like it. So Amber,
Let me just add for the record. I think we can all say we're here for the right reason, right? We're here to ensure that we educate our children. But where a lot of the issues come up are how we're getting there on the philosophy.
Correct.
So if we're doing these plans, I think we have a lot of young board members who are also learning how to get somewhere. So if we're incorporating some of that in the exercise, that might be helpful, just putting it out there.
Absolutely. And it's a fair point that you do have some new trustees who are, I mean, y'all are about to jump in the deep end of the pool and that's one way to get in the water. There's many ways to get in, so it's a fair point. And so anyway, you will not, by this time next year, you will not be able to say you're a new board member anymore after we create these CAPAs and we go through this process together. So here in a little bit, I'm going to run real quickly on the working agenda and orient us to that. And then just so everyone knows, and I'll let Amber speak for herself, but just to be real clear publicly, and then she'll, I'm sure, reinforce this. I think there's 13 or 14 districts that you're helping develop their efficiency reviews.
Efficiency audits, yes, sir.
Okay, and just so everybody knows, and usually those just get dealt with in the order that they come in. And so I pulled rank and asked Amber to grab yours from.
Thank you, Amber.
Yeah, from the stack and just work it up, shuffle it up, like just sneeze or something, and then just make sure that Judson winds up on the top. So she and I talked, and so just to be crystal clear, tonight is not your public hearing for that. That's not. It's just there's data that's as part of that analysis that I think would be good for this team to hear, that she can just pull some slides out of the slide deck. Is that fair to say?
Pretty much.
Well, don't go all the way in, but give them your preamble.
Okay, so the efficiency audit is an LBB-directed part of the TRE process from House Bill 3 in 2019. So this is state mandated. It's a very prescriptive. One thing that's important to know, and my colleague Josh will tell you this when he presents it, he'll be down here on the 18th, is the data has to be most readily available public record. So some of the things I'm going to reference tonight are your board meetings, but that's not the official audited data. So I'm only focusing on the financial pieces tonight, but the efficiency audit covers academic, personnel, and financial. So this is just a piece of it. But it gives a good preamble to the conversation that we're having tonight. And then I pulled out your 24-25 most recent board data that Mr. Kingman put out there with the final adopted budget. And then your TRE budget for 25-26, I analyzed with the TRE and without. So the slides that I have go further, and the efficiency audit can't go further. It can only go through for financial data 23-24 because that's the most recently available audited data. So that's the important thing, is like I'm going to mix and mingle, but this is not the public available data, so it's not the efficiency audit.
We truly appreciate you doing that.
Absolutely. Glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
I know I said maybe it's better, let's just let her do her thing. Is everybody
Okay.
good with that? So like, I think it'll kind of level set the meeting.
Yeah.
And I think we're getting her slide deck pulled up, and if you're prepared,
Yeah.
it may be better, just like, let's let Amber do. And then I'm going to ask Amber just to stay for as long as she can and take notes and help me.
Yes.
Glad to be here. Do you want me to go there and drive, or do you want me to stay here?
I can drive or however works for you.
All right. I can't see my slides because they're too small, so I'll go over there. Is there a mic over there? Yes. Those numbers are too small on my handouts. So thank you. Once again, this is just, I made sure to call it a financial review, not the efficiency audit. Some of the data is from the efficiency audit. The important thing is efficiency audits, you have to select peers. So I wanted to level set with you all. These are the 10 peers that were selected. Mokasey selects on multiple things, including enrollment, growth of students, ADA to water ratio. So that's your basic enrollment to your special populations, because a lot of your funding is driven on special populations. So that makes things a little more equitable. What your tax rate is, you all are seeking a TRE, so we don't want to compare your revenue and expense to districts that already have passed TREs. And then geographic proximity and NCES type. NCES is just, are you rural, are you suburban, are you urban, are you a town, are you a village? So that kind of that ensures a level playing field with the comparison. So you can read your 10. Shirts, of course, is right next door. McKinney's up by me, so that's a little farther away. But geographic isn't the only thing that's important. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the first rating. If you go back, the most recent first ratings that came out are from 23-24, and the district received an A superior. The district has received an A since 2015-2016. I like to scroll back and look when I'm doing these presentations. The issue is with some of your fund balance concerns. That's going to be a concern, and when I get to that slide, I'll walk you through the first indicators that might be an issue as we start spending our fund balance. Then this is where the rubber meets the road on the financial, these next two slides. So the district receives about $9,700 per student in revenue compared to your peers, which were $9,975, so a pretty big difference. And then the state average, which all of the tables in the efficiency audit do a lot of comparing to your peers in the state, is $10,628. So there's a pretty big gap between the district and the state average for revenue. That a little gets skewed because your larger, smaller districts get more revenue per student because of the small and mid-size allotment. So that does skew a little bit, but it's important compared to your peers. You're still down quite a bit. But so remember that number in your head, $9,700. There's a typo, I'm sorry. I caught it later. The district spends $11,063. So your revenue is $9,700 per student, but you're spending $11,063 per student. So there's a gap between your revenue and expense there. But what's important, so while you're getting less money than your peers, you're spending more money than your peers. Your peers were at $10,205, so they're hitting fund balance a little bit too, but not as much as you all. And then that state average of $765. So again, you get a little bit of fund balance usage, but not that gap that I'm seeing at Judson. Your largest expenditures per student are, and this is common, every efficiency audit I've done thus far, instruction is number 1, plant maintenance and operations is number 2. Number 3 starts to show a little bit of the district priorities, and yours is school leadership. The typo's in the bottom line there. I'll fix it when I resend for you all to post it.
So it's not extracurricular?
No, it's school leadership. And the numbers are right, I just missed it when I made the correction.
And that
So-
shows us underneath our peer districts.
Yep. So you're spending more on instruction by good width from your peers in instruction, 62.4 versus 58.5. So you've got some more expenditures in instruction, right in line in maintenance and operations. That's pretty, 10 to 12% is what I see in everyone I do. And then you're lower in school leadership than your peers and the state, but that's still your third category. So that, I think, gives you a district really good perspective of where they're spending their dollars. You're clearly spending on instruction.
Quick question, those two slides were 23, 24 data?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yeah. So this is where I start to pull out of the efficiency audit. So the red line is, so the reddish color is revenue per student, and the gray is expense. So that line is when you started as a district expending more money than you were bringing in revenue. So that's your surplus. So in 21, 22, or 2020 and 21 and 21, 22, you were still having a surplus budget. Starting in 22, 23, you started accessing fund balance. In 24, 25, this is your projected based off your final amendment. So it's not perfect because you still have to go through audit, but you're going to be real close. And then for 25, 26, I split it out into TRE and non-TRE. The non-TRE, if the TRE does not pass, you'll see there's a pretty big gap between revenue and expense. And you know this is you've called a TRE, you've done public meetings, this is pretty common knowledge. And then that gap is it's smaller if the TRE does pass. So right now, you all are planning on two paths, right? The TRE passing and the TRE not passing your contingency plans, and until November, you won't know.
Amber, I think you said this at the beginning, but I want to be crystal clear. This is where you
I
kind of,
have diverged from the efficiency audit.
okay, I want to make sure everybody here, okay,
Yeah.
I asked her to now go forward. So
Yes.
this won't be part of the public presentation, but I think it's helpful for tonight,
Yeah.
right?
And I think it's easier to see it when you look at revenue and expense together. I just think when you're talking fund balance, it's easy to say we're spending fund balance, but seeing the gap between revenue and expense just makes it a little bit easier to notice the trend. So in my mind, it's just a little bit easier way to see it.
And I know
And you
this
all will
is-
have these slides.
Well, yeah, and I know this is a for-profit term, and we're not in a for-profit environment tonight, but in the for-profit world, that's called a cash burn.
Yes.
And so you, like, when Moat Casey was acquired a few years ago, it was a purposeful cash burn, right? Trying to go from the Moat Casey of 30 years ago to the Moat Casey of today. So we were on a cash burn, but and by the way, I think I've told y'all, somehow I left to go to the restroom and I became church finance chair, at my church. Shouldn't have been out of the room. And I don't mind saying all this. I mean, we're part of the denomination that just went through a disaffiliation vote, nationwide. So half of our congregation left, basically. And so we have no trend lines, and there's actually a pretty good parallel, a lot smaller numbers, but a really good parallel. And so we're finally settling in, and we think we're about $150,000 a year off of normal giving, right? Because we lost a half of our people, so there's no trend lines, like how, and so we have strong cash reserves, and so we're making a 3-year plan to eat it for 3 years or pay for it out of fund balance, knowing that that's not good long-term planning, but there's enough there to do that for 3 years until we figure out the problem a little bit better. Does that make sense? And I'm just using that as an example. So we're on a cash burn. I mean,
Yes.
like at the church, we're on a cash burn. Now, I think what this slide is demonstrating here is that you're showing where the cash burn started. I'm just going to
Yes.
use that term. I'm just going to say it because I think it really cuts it to the chase. So, and I like the assumption of TRE, not TRE, so that kind of shows how that tightens that delta up. I think that's really good. That validates your decision. But I want, even with TRE, what I'm pointing out there is there's still a delta,
Yeah.
right? Fair enough? And so it's that delta, the kappa is addressing, you want those two colored lines, you want them exactly the same. So
Yeah.
Amber's over there going like this.
Yes.
Okay.
Or a little bit, because of the way our fund balance policies are structured in public school, you want a little bit of a surplus every year. Because 90 days, as you give raises, 90 days, the number goes up every year, right? What you have to have 90 days, 75 days, depending on your board policy, cash on hand, if you give raises, that number goes up every year. So having a little bit of an excess every year will keep you on that path to having that 90 or 75 days, whatever your policy is.
And I'm not trying to hijack what you're doing, Amber, but this is good. And I glanced at it on my phone driving the other day. It's better now that I can really see it and read it. It's just like everybody, team of 15, are we agreeing that that delta is the reason we're doing a kappa?
We're agreeing that in my opinion, this is just Robert.
Yes.
Yes, we are agreeing that the delta is the reason we're doing the kappa, but I also want to go back 2 slides and on your way back to right there. And then I also want to say, what's the percentage of districts in the state of Texas that are in a cash burn right now?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I do know that districts are seeking TREs at a higher rate than they have been in the past. We talked about it 2 sessions ago, regular sessions, not all the insane special sessions. 2 sessions ago, there was a big state surplus and we all anticipated revenue. We did not get it. And then you saw a huge influx of TREs. And then we had all this ESSA money in between, which really muddied the waters. And that kind of muddies the waters even in the conversation we're having because, I'm really only focused on general fund on purpose because the federal funds really skewed the story for such a long time. And so the number of TREs in the last 3 years has really skyrocketed. We did 9 last year efficiency audits. That was my first year here. And this year I talked to about 20 districts thinking it. We ended up signing 13, so significantly higher. And I know of 15, 16 off the top of my head. Like districts are feeling the pinch. Seeking additional tier 2 pennies is the only way you can really generate additional local revenue, because you can't, as much as we want to, we can recruit a few students, right? Our knobs aren't that, the TRE is the knob you can turn to get more general revenue. We like to say we can recruit more students, but that is not something you can really control. You can't really control how often students attend school. You can't control the basic allotment. You can control seeking a TRE and additional tier 2 pennies.
Which brings us back to this slide. And I don't know, Tony, Amber, if you could, I'm looking at our relationship to peer and state average when it comes to local net M&O. And then I'm looking at our relationship to peer and districts and state when it comes to state revenue. And in terms of M&O, that's something that would be reflected in our tax rate versus the state revenue that comes in through the state.
So basically, I think Dr. Fields, we're talking about the first line.
Oh, sorry, Tony.
Yes, sorry. So I think Dr. Fields was talking about the first line when you see that Justin ISD had the local net M&O tax revenue of $3,894, which is, I think, significantly lower than the peer districts or the state average. So, I think that's justified for the reason of why we want to go for the tier 2, just like you said earlier, right, Amber? And also, I just want to point out that if you look at the state average, the revenue is $10,628, but the expenditure is $10,700 and something, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's meaning that the state average and every single district that we compare ourselves to also facing the cash burn problem. So
Yes.
it is a statewide kind of problem, not just just an ISD.
Yes, and theoretically, I'm going to stray from my Mo Casey hat a little bit. Theoretically, House Bill 2 solved our cash problem. We all know it didn't, because every dollar that was given to us was tied with strings. I mean, we got a lot of money, and I'm deeply grateful for teacher raises, but that also caused other conversations in a district. So while districts were given significant resources, and I said this to Dr. Gibson outside, I think this year there were less TREs than I expected. I think next year, as people digest House Bill 2 and realize where they are, there will be an additional rush of TREs next year. That's my guess. I'm sitting from a place where I can see it, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, because I've Googled, I haven't found more than a dozen across the state, and when you put that in the scheme of 1,200 school districts in the state of Texas, there's only 1% of the school districts are going for a TRE this fall, from what I can see of the districts that are out there,
And the
so.
average tier 2 tax rate last year was about 6.5 pennies. And this year it's about 7 pennies. So there is an indication that people are seeking additional tier 2 pennies. So I pay attention to that indicator because that gives me an overhead view of if people are seeking additional tier 2 pennies.
Well, and this difference between the M&O and the state of our peers, that's because you pulled in places like McKinney and Schertz, places that have much higher property tax. It's not that we're getting less in tax revenue, we have less taxable houses.
It could be that.
compared to
I
some
would
of
say
those
one of the
peers.
things we'd have to look at is their property value and their tax collections.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Pflugerville and some of those are much higher
Well,
Yeah.
your
property value districts.
closest neighbor that's on here
Sure.
has a relatively low, it's just changing a little bit right now.
It's higher than ours. Ours was at
Right,
103.
and
They
but that-
were at what was it?
Just
112, and then now they're going to 120.
Right, and so I guess
we're at
what I'm
107.
pointing to that, and they're considering a TRE as well, right?
they are.
Okay, so there you go.
That's a
Right here,
considerable
side by
amount.
side,
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Even if there's 1% this year, what did you say was in past years for Vader? You said it was, there was.
Yeah,
a lot.
last year we haven't, darn, I'm trying to remember a spreadsheet. I think we had about 40 we saw went last year. Last year we started tracking the pass-fail rate across the state. TREs were about 60% successful across the state, but they're so locally community-driven. You will see districts pass it with a 70%. You will see districts not pass it with a 49, and your heart breaks. I had one district I worked with last year that lost by hundreds of votes. So they're seeking a TRE again this year.
And most of the successful ones were recapture districts too.
I
That don't
I
get
didn't
any
do
money
that
from the
analysis, so
state. Okay.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't know that to be true.
Okay, yeah, I know a lot of the ones that we saw, Austin and other compound stuff are all recaptures.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't referring so much to the success or failure ratio, but as to the percentage of districts doing it. You
Yes.
said there were a lot.
Yeah, and there are more this year, for sure. So everyone waited for the legislature. So like I said, I talked to about 20 districts all through January, February, March, and, my colleagues would ask me, so how many are you going to sign? I'm like, everyone's in a hurry up and wait phase, waiting to see what the legislature is going to do, because nobody wants to ask their voters for additional resources if the legislature is going to come through. Right, that was a definite push and pull. So this year, I think there were probably some that held back because the legislation went so late. And then next year, you'll see a kick in of people who realized they got additional resources, but not the resources they needed to truly fill their bucket to meet their fixed cost needs.
And so go ahead.
One
Dr.
more,
Field.
and I'm going to get off of it. But to your point, boiling it down, your original question was because of the cash burn, the CAPAs. I
Correct.
just want to be clear, based on the information you gave, the state, our peer districts, as well as ourselves, are all in a cash burn
There's a
situation.
lot of
Yes,
it
sir.
going on, yes, sir.
Because if we said 10,700 and the state is less than that, and then our peer districts is less than that.
So
Yeah,
I
your
might
peers
frame
are-
it, your sense of urgency may be that the availability of fund balance, of fund balance to sustain it for another year. I mean, I might,
I think that's the issue, is they're burning, but they're not burning themselves below 90 or 75-day fund balance,
Right,
right?
we have to throw that number
on
up.
ours is so much
Right.
higher than our surrounding districts.
and I cannot, this
Which
is
is why
only
we need the crisis.
anecdotal, but I mean, the handful of mid-size, because I, kind of get in that mid-size group, I'm not comparing it to here, but, their question this summer was, do we go ahead and do the TRE or absorb some positions and propose a deficit budget, then figure out what that is, then do the TRE? But they had some available fund balance, is what I'm saying,
Yeah,
to burn
ours is
this.
down to who knows how many days.
Right.
Yours
No,
is
not 60.
moving, if
Not
yours is
60.
burning a little faster.
Are you saying you're going to have the?
Yeah, I actually
fund
have
balance?
it.
Sorry, I'll wait
You're
on
fine.
that then.
But again, the revenue for us is lower.
Correct.
Than the other districts.
Yeah, so your gap is a little wider.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And so that's why this is a critical conversation, but you're having a critical conversation at the right time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I do agree. And I think, when you get to the fund balance, you will see that last year, the cash burn that you said, right, is roughly around, I think, just over 20-something million with a 7.8 million one-time cost. So you take that out, right, we are in the 15-16 million kind of deficit. So that last year. I don't think that last year was significant cash burn. It's 25-26 would be the first year, but we have barely started 25-26, right? So we still have the entire year to address basically the first time kind of significant kind
Yeah.
of cash burn.
Which, all to say the timing of the CAPA,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
you're saying this is the right time.
Oh, definitely.
Like, we don't have to hit the panic button, but if you don't make some adjustment now, there's a
wholeheartedly.
panic button maybe coming, that we're trying to avoid that
Yeah.
panic button.
On all fronts.
That's exactly
Efficiencies
right.
as well as revenue and so on. Yes, sir.
Correct. All right, Amber, we'll
So
let you
we've talked
proceed.
about this. I feel like we see that there is some cash burn. And one of the things, this is the official historical fund balance that will be in your official efficiency audit. So the previous 5 years with 23, 24, you still had no shortfall from your 3-month goal. So in your efficiency audit, it can look a little rosier than it is. That's why I wanted to show right here, you had 99 million for your 3-month operating of 66 million. But as we talked about earlier, your 66 million is going up. So for 24, 25, the blue line across the top is 75 days, because that's TEA's first indicator. That tends to be the one they pay attention to the most. Your fund balance at the end of 24, 25 is supposed to be about 80 million. So you're still well above your 75 days, you're good. your 90 days is 66.9 million, so you're well above. It's if the TRE doesn't pass in 25, 26, you will be under TEA's critical threshold of 60 days. So that gap, it feels a little cliff-like. And then if the TRE passes, you're just under your 90 days. So that's your gap right now, is you're so close to it is 90 days, sorry. You're so close to the 90 days if the TRE passes. So you can really do some short-term adjustments, get there. And the number always changes because it's 90 days of operating. So if you spend less money, the number goes down, right? Like the number is always a little bit adjusting. But there's 3 first indicators that will impact you in your once the 25, 26 hits. So these are first is such a lagging indicator that it's good of you to get ahead of it. The first indicator, number 6, is does your fund balance exceed 75 days cash on hand? So that one you'll have to watch. Number 7 is do you have less than 90 days of cash on hand? So they ask the question a couple different ways. And then number 9 is also a cash indicator, but 60 days is the low point. Like the highest you can get is a B on first if you're under that 60 days. And I will tell you from experience, 60 days cash on hand, Mr. Kingman's going to be having heart attacks about making payroll in November and October and November before tax collections come in. So that 60 days tends to be a functional number too for school districts because of the way we're funded with tax collections and state aid. 60 days is really kind of critical mass when it comes to just being able to fund daily operations.
I understand what you just said, Amber. So, Tony, I'm hearing that we're going to have problems making payroll if that's the case.
I'm not saying that specifically, but that's what makes CFOs sweat.
I understand. I just want to make sure we're clear about what we're articulating right now, because that's not what I've been told. In addition, I would also say on the 64, that's a full actualization of our current deficit number.
Yes, sir.
Not what we could attrit to over the course of the year, as we've done the last 8 years.
So I think what Amber's saying is for 25, 26, we're not going to have a problem no matter what.
Yes, sir.
Right. For 26, 27, if the TRE is not passed and if we don't do anything at all, then toward the end of the 26, 27, then we start seeing the problem, which is 2 years from now.
But not
if we don't do anything at all.
Understood. That makes perfect sense.
Well,
No, I don't
okay.
think that's what she's saying. What she's saying is when we start July 1st of next year with if we started with only 43 million in the bank, you don't get your first paycheck from the state until October. You don't get your tax collections until January. This is why I'd been asking about cash flow sequence, is that end of September, you may not be able to literally write checks because you haven't gotten paid.
And you'll probably be fine. 60 days is kind of that critical mass number. So I don't want to cause a straight panic. Like, I'm not hitting the panic button, but I will tell you, sitting in that seat, like, I'd start going, okay, I really need to watch my cash flow. Like, I would be saying, CTO, can you wait to buy a slew of computers until November or December when taxes come in? Like, I would be managing my cash for daily true operations differently.
Understood.
So that's a good calibration, and I think it's good, in my opinion, it's good for the whole team at 15 so it's not, I mean, there's levels of concern here that we're talking about, and I guess the good thing is, what everyone is saying, is there still is time to not hit a panic button. Like, there's time.
And I'm sorry, Amber, and this is based off our budget, which was based off an enrollment projection we did last spring. This is not integrated our current enrollment and current
No,
PEAS
ma'am.
data
I took
for
your
this year.
adopted budget and what was on the public website.
So if all the kids didn't come back today, the day after Labor Day, and our enrollment is lower, then there'll be a decreased revenue, which will change this, not for the better,
I think
if we
some
have
of
less
the
kids.
recommendations that you all went through address that here in a
Enrollment
little bit.
stuff.
I mean, that'll be part of
That's what we'll be working on.
what you're working off of.
And we're looking for a snapshot, I believe, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
I think we'll get to that. That's why Amber's going to stay here, sitting right by me and him here in just a little bit when we get to that.
So any other questions? Like I said, this is very condensed. The efficiency audit is
Thanks.
about
Bless
20
you.
indicators, and Josh will go in the full public hearing, he'll go over all of them. So this was just a snapshot. Happy to answer any more questions that y'all have.
We blended some information
Mm-hmm.
tonight because I asked for it. The efficiency review, the public one's going to be,
It's glowing.
fine. I just want to make sure everybody knows that.
Yeah.
When we got to a little more of the exact part of this conversation, that's where I had asked her to go beyond the efficiency review and run it forward a little bit so we could calibrate on it. And I love that Tony's saying right here so we can kind of calibrate, on that beyond it. But say that again, your efficiency review to the public is.
Is glowing.
Okay.
And the thing is, part of it is, the efficiency audit is truly agnostic. It is just data for people to review and make their own decisions on. Because it's all based on publicly available data, it's just putting it in one report. And it's accountability, it's student, it's professional, and it's financial. So it's not just looking at this myopic financial piece, it's looking at how the district as a whole is operating.
But it is going to show that we spend over almost $1,000 more per student compared to our peer districts, which
In the
would be-
instructional category, yes.
No, overall.
In
right?
the
It was-
instructional category.
Well, and this is your fund balance slide from the efficiency audit. So I will be honest with you, Dr. Gibson hadn't asked me to look further. I'd be like, oh, their fund balance is great, and I would have moved
Yeah.
on.
No, I was back on the expenses where it
Yeah.
showed 11.
So you're
That one right
talking
there.
this
No,
gap.
If you go back one more, or that one.
Yeah.
If you look at the top three, it shows that we're spending more, but the key area in which we spend more than our peer districts and the state is the instructional category. Then in our maintenance and operations, bless you, we spend slightly more, 1,200 versus 1,100. And then in our school leadership, we spend significantly different in terms of 587 versus 647 for our peers and 682 for the state. So for school leadership, we're spending less. For maintenance and operations, we're on par. The area in which we're spending more per student capita is instruction.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the efficiency audit's also going to have the ratings of those peer districts, and I think that's where the public is going to have a challenge, because it's going to show our expenditures and
For
what our
instruction.
rating is, then it's going to show them spending less, and then what their ratings is.
And here-
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, is right, and just a little bit, and if you all remember the last time I was here, we were talking about the curriculum audit and all of that, and I was stating that we've got to do these two side by side, because I can tell you the first recommendation here that we're going to talk about here in a little bit is to spend more on curriculum people, and
We're already at 1,000.
we can't.
Yeah, I was going to
Yeah.
ask, the instruction incorporates compensation, right?
It's just functional look
Just
at. So it's
functional
function 11
compensation?
as a whole compared
Okay.
to functional 11 as a whole with your
Tony,
peers.
which includes salary.
Yes, sir.
It
It's
does
all
include-
expenditures.
It does include salary.
Salary,
Yes.
benefit, and programs and all of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so much, ma'am.
yeah, and
Thank you for allowing me to come.
yeah, and Amber, I'm proud of, there's only a handful of people that really understand school finance. Two of them may be sitting just to my right, and a couple more of them may work at Casey, just saying. But
If it makes you feel better, the last district I was in, my TRE, we were going to have a $48 million deficit if it didn't pass. We had an $18 million deficit when it did pass. I've lived it. It's painful, but there's
that was the
a
last
solution.
district you worked in, is what
Yes.
you're saying.
Yeah, the last district I was in before I came to Mount Casey. So I deeply feel, I was like, oh, this feels very similar.
I appreciate that.
She had a lot of scars. We had to clean
Yeah.
her up a little bit, from.
Kind of inappropriate, but I do joke, I'm like, there's still voodoo dolls with my name on it in the district. Because when you're making hard decisions don't come easy.
Right, that's what you saw. That you had to do some things for kids that were tough, really, really tough, and you made it
Yes.
through, so I'm glad.
Yeah,
And that
live to
truth-
tell the tale.
And that, truthfully, like, I knew she had lived this, and then I asked one of her bosses, who's doing Judson's efficiency review? They said Amber, and I was like, aha.
Perfect.
Like, perfect, that's who so anyway, I think y'all see why. And I'm going to make sure anyone that's watching, we exceeded, she just said it 4 or 5 times, I asked her to exceed the scope of the efficiency review to help us look forward, right? Like, So your efficiency review is going to be fine, but I pushed her to help us frame up the CAPA, if that makes sense. Okay, now I'm moving us to, and we, by the way, that wasn't just random. We ticked off something lower in the agenda with Amber going, so that we've done that. I do want to, just to help me stay focused, we're looking at our working agenda. I framed up number one. We're not really necessarily doing the work tonight. We're just agreeing to the work that needs to be done. Is that fair? I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with that. And then with number two, I don't know that those numbers are correct on there, but at the very end of the meeting, I want to circle back to number two and just agree on, what CAPAs we're doing. And Dr. Fields, right, I think you and I, Ms. Ryan, we had talked about, I just want to come back to that at the end,
Yeah, I think a lot of us have been throwing around a lot of ideas over the last week, so we're going to figure out everybody's ideas.
But I think tonight, the outcome to tonight is to make a decision. We're going to do a corrective and preventative action plan on blank, and a corrective and a CAPA on blank, and a CAPA on blank. That's the purpose of tonight. And for the
rest of the board, that's because finance plan is kind of big and broad, right? We've been talking through some sub-plans, essentially, to the different financial, breaking some of the things into different components. So there maybe have to be a separate school consolidation plan or a central office staffing plan instead of taking it as one big chunk, and we'll figure that out tonight.
I think tonight, and I'm really 50-50 in my mind. I quit worrying about it earlier today, and it's like, you know what, that's the purpose of tonight, is to decide. So I'm going to not go in there saying that you need to do a cap on this and a cap on this. That's our conversation tonight, so that we're all on the same page. And then if we're looking at number three, and just so you all know, these proposed norms are just norms that I typically use when any team is building a CAPA. So it wasn't this is the Judson ISD norms. These are just, and this is from experience. We don't need history lessons. I don't know if y'all know the Elmo protocol. I might have mentioned it before, but that's enough. Let's move on. And so and I like the protocol a lot. And it's actually an official protocol. And you don't tell someone, Elmo, although you can, but you just say, I would like to propose the Elmo protocol, which means enough, let's move on, right? We've heard it, and so we need to just move on. And I'm just going to run through these. Actually, I'm not. I'm going to let y'all read them, but really at the end of C, the purpose of these norms is all what's stated at the end of 3C. What we've got to get moving forward and get out of loops. Does that forward progress? Does that make sense? We've got to go forward progress. And sometimes it's helpful to take a step back and say, how did we get here? And that's fair. But it just seems like with most organizations, when you first make that loop back, then you're in a rabbit trail backwards. And then you're in a rabbit trail of the rabbit trail backwards. And then, we're at the end of a 4-hour meeting and we're saying, what did we get done? And we went down 8 rabbit trails on the history. And so that's all this is proposing, that forward progress. And I'm a firm believer in the KISS method. Initially, I always say this at the office, we can pretty this stuff up later, but we start getting hung up on, is blue the right color? Is the logo, is the font right? And it's just let's get to word tables and capture the work, and then we can pretty things up later. And I firmly believe that. And people get mad at me at the office because I'm like, nope, not pretty yet. It's still functional. It's still a working document, so we'll pretty it up later. And then I know the F is kind of harsh, but I really do believe this. When any one of us say, well, I'm just here for kids or I'm just here for staff, there's an insinuation that the others here are not. And so I'm assuming everybody's here for the kids and for the staff and for the long-term solvency. And so sometimes, and she'll probably laugh because I taught a class, and in that class I said, if you ever have a senior leader say, I'm just here for kids, suspect them. Because it may mean they don't know how to do their job. It may, I'm not saying it does, but it may, because if I know how to do my job,
That's a given.
it's a given. That's all I'm saying, like, the mission of this organization, look all over the wall. I mean, it's pictures of kids, so we just, like, let's don't get in that. And I mean, to the extent possible, and G and C go together, I probably should put them side by side, but, you know, like, silence means agreement, so if you think it, you know, say it so that we can, because what we don't want is that, well, they never asked me this, or I never got a chance to say that up on social media or something when we were all right in here in the room, face to face, and it could have been said. All right, fair enough on the proposed norms, is that, and again, I'm just saying that teams that are building CAPAs, these are common norms, that's the bottom line. I did ask if, do you have any need, do you see any need for any others?
No, sir.
Silence means agreement, so, all right. So if you're keeping score, we're down, and I apologize again, it's all self-inflicted, and I'll drink some water, but Amber, we covered for C, little Roman numeral 3. The Amber, that one is, Amber's done that one, but don't check out. I need you to keep listening and help me if I need it. So then we're going to come back up to 4A. And I said this the last time I was here, and I just want to double check. The scorecard, those board adopted strategic objectives are still in play. What we're saying is that the key strategic actions and the strategic roundtables may be temporarily set aside, because when we work the CAPAs, arguably the key strategic actions would be driven by what's developed from the CAPA. So we go back to the key strategic actions, the staff stuff. And I mean, we can probably still do a strategic roundtable in the fall if the district wants to, but I don't want to get anchored to the key strategic actions until we navigate the CAPAs. I know that's complicated, but
Yeah, like we didn't deep dive, like we just got all the data and all the scores and all that kind of stuff too, and we haven't sat down, and it's something I know, like, there's been questions that have come up, and we're waiting on that, to see subpopulations and to see campuses and talk about overall goals and that kind of stuff. It's like, I don't like doing it during the taper, because like the taper, by that time, the school year's halfway done, right? And we focus on things like, there's so many other things in the table.
Well, so let's be, on 4A, let's just be real practical. I mean, we could do a BOY, just data. Look, y'all got some new data coming, right, on?
September.
Well, I think we said we didn't want to do BOI because the board can't affect anything with BOI, right? That tells them where the kids are starting to impact their plan versus end of EOI/STAR results. The board helps impact what the board does for the next year.
Well, okay, I want to make sure that everybody's on the same page with that for just a moment. So the BOY is arguably the board probably is doing more just sitting and listening, because you're just getting that first set of data. That's really all you're doing. MOY is when, okay, now there's some moving parts and things like that. I'm just trying to be realistic. To build strategic roundtables and build some CAPAs is a lot.
I would prefer, I would say this to the board as well as the cabinet, that this is going to be quite a bit. As we go through Dr. Dixon's as well as the CMAT recommendations, there's quite a bit, and there's a lot going on. If we could hold off on reports or discussions until we kind of come up with how we're going to go about getting this done and come back around November, I'd appreciate that.
I mean, I'm just going to tell you, it makes sense to me, because we're about to have
Let's wait till we get into what the CAPAs are. Let's wait till we get into the timeline. I agree that these are more important, the CAPAs are more
putting
important.
spotlights on things, and there's only so many lights we can hold up at one time. And
To give it the due diligence.
To give it the due diligence that it needs. Okay, so I like that, and I thank you for that. So anyway, I'll move on to 4B. And by the way, I didn't copy that because I just didn't want to bog us down. I sent it, and you can send it to the board. We have a document, and I might have sent you one, President Ryan.
Yes.
all I wanted to do, we'll send it to the full board.
Okay.
That's the financial health systems check that we use all the time. The reason I thought it was important to tonight is a lot of the stuff we're talking about is on that list. So anyway, to me, when I looked at it, it kind of validated that, okay, we're headed the right direction with this CAPA. So anyway, that's 4B. And then, Madam President and Dr. Fields, are y'all
Yes, sir.
ready to
Let's do it.
proceed with 4C?
We are.
Okay, so at the very beginning, I had mentioned that we were trying our best to utilize existing data sources. And so it's a little bit redundant, but here comes some recommendations that I extracted from third-party analysis that the board had commissioned. So there they are isolated. Then your second handout following that.
Do you mind, Dr. Gibson? I'm trying to make a concerted effort to put academics first at all times. So if we could do the CMAT and then go to the,
I'm fine with that. I just messed that up with what I just sent around. So I just sent the finance around.
okay, gotcha. If we could do the academic portion
Okay,
first.
so
I just really want to send a message.
The
about
two,
this.
you got that's good.
Yes.
You got a raw set of recommendations, and then you've got a document that shows them embedded in a staff analysis. Please take those two and just turn them face down on your desk. Here comes an executive summary of the CMAT report. And yes, it is an executive summary, as hard as that may be to believe. I got one for Krista. I'll catch one on the way around.
Thank you.
I'm in 23 years, the proud owner of 4 CMAT curriculum audits. I don't know why I decided to do 4 of them in the span of 23 years. One should have been enough. But there's good learning. And just let me do a prop here. So you all have the executive summary, and I'm going to hold it up. And yes, that's the executive summary. And then what the staff did, they're going to, and I don't know who's going to take over, but they pulled these high-level recommendations that you'll have more than enough information in the big document. They pulled them over to an analysis page. Dr. Fields, I'm just going to call this your analysis page.
That's it.
And so the staff took the recommendations from the CMAT audit and they listed them out. And then if you all remember, and we agreed to the last time I was here, this format of accept it, modify it, or reject it. And I was pretty emphatic that sometimes, and I'm just going to tell you, the whole section number 1, as much as I appreciate the amount of time that the people spend on it, that you have to reject the whole first section because it's telling you to hire a bunch more people to put in that function 11. And I'm just saying, that does not make sense to do that at the same time that we're arguably potentially going to be tightening that up a little bit to get some breathing room. It's all, I'm going to put that out there so the staff doesn't have.
Excellent analogy, Dr. Gibson.
Say again?
Excellent analogy.
Okay, because and the staff will tell you, I just said, no, just forget it, people. So all I'm saying is, the rest of the recommendations are good, we just have to do it with the people we have. That's all I'm saying. And I get it, the people that do these, they'll tell you when they come, we're not your budget directors, this is agnostic to your budget. We are curriculum people, and we think the world revolves around curriculum, and so we're going to tell you what we think it ought to be. And if it makes you feel any better, 2 of these in Shirt Cibolo, I rejected recommendation number 1 on both of those. like, we're just not, we can't afford to do that. And so but we're not going to throw the whole report out. There's a lot of good learning in this. All right, I'll stop, Dr. Fields. I just wanted to be sure everyone was clear.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
So at this time, because it's so small, how difficult would it be to put this up? Or we don't want to, you know what I'm saying? If everybody's okay with the script and how big it is, then we can just go from the past. But if you want us to, we can make it a little bit
I
bigger.
mean, I can find it in my trifocals, and if I can see it, anybody here can see it, I promise.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got the
So-
worst eyes at the table.
Oh, wow, really? All right, I'm good.
Oh, I was going to say, show everybody here.
I was just worried about y'all.
This is
Oh, yes, ma'am. Always. So if we could start off with Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin. And again, CMAC came in, made several recommendations. We tried to follow it as closely as possible. There's 2, 3, and 4. And to Dr. Gibson's point, and there's another 5 as well that we kind of excluded.
Is that off this, I just want to make sure, is that line up to this page? The key recommendation page, 1 through 5?
There,
Or no?
there is a key recommendation page that is included in the overall full audit
Okay.
that is aligning to those 5 recommendations that they have
Okay.
right there. We pulled from the full audit because it went into a little bit more detail than the 5 that were on there.
Okay, so if I see 2 on here, does it necessarily line up to 2, or I would have to go back to the big report?
You're going to see 2 overall. You'd have to go to the big report to
report,
see
okay.
that
Yes.
line by
Okay,
line that
then I
we're
will
putting
not
on it.
worry about that. Put that over there on my phone.
But we
But you will
tried,
see some of the same wording as far as what's on this
Okay.
page here for the executive summary. But we referred mostly to the full audit page with the recommendation pages from that started on page like 239 all the way through to 248 or something like that.
now, I'm also going to say, as we go through this, and unless you guys think differently, for the sake of time, because there's so much stuff in here, if we could just go through, hold your questions, and then we'll come back at the end and do the questions, I think we'd finish a lot quicker. But if we climb in the rabbit hole on each one of these, then we may be here for a while. Does that make sense? All right, so if you could move through kind of quickly.
So we started with recommendation number 2, and then we did 3, and then 4. Like Dr. Gibson has already said, the recommendations number 1 and number 5 have to do with adding more staff and financial and whatnot like that. So we're not going to address those in our overview for tonight. So starting with recommendation number 2, which was dealing with curriculum management planning. The first one asked us to revise, to refine and revise our curriculum management plan, which we already have, which is why it's in the modified column. What we're going to do is go back in and add those extra components that were brought out to us through the audit, add those to our curriculum management plan. So the modification has already started, and we're getting ready to kind of close that up within the next month or so. Number 2 is asking us to do, again, the curriculum management plan with the model curriculum guide that they have suggested. They came through with a lot of criteria of what should go into a curriculum guide. We have accepted that because most of it is stuff that we had already started working on at the beginning of this year. And so we're going to continue with that model. We already started, we got training on the CMAC model 2 years ago when we started making the changes to our curriculum then, but we're also trying to add it to other non-core departments also in some format. Number 3 is asking us again for clear recommendations for the different things for differentiation, which support, accommodations, those type of things. We already have that in our curriculum resources that we purchase or adopt for the district that already details to teachers in their textbooks and whatnot, what they need to do for gifted students, what they need to do for our students that are struggling learners, our EB students, and so on and so forth. So we felt that we did not need to accept that, but we can reject it because it's something that's already in place in our documents.
I guess I have a question. So if it was in there, did the CMAP people just not see it in there? Like, did they ask you? Because they said it's not in there, and we're saying it is in there. How did that not get resolved?
There's a twofold way when they were looking at all the curriculum documents. When we discussed with them as they were going through our documents, they looked at it and gave us a check mark on our core subjects, but some of our elective subjects did not have some of the curricular components that they would like to see for our electives, like our CTE classes, our fine arts classes, and those like that. So what they're saying is that they want it more aligned to what their component, the rubric that they were using to go through our documents. And so what they saw it in our core, like math, science, social studies, and English. They saw it in those core documents. They did not see it in some of our non-core or our special courses, like fine arts and those type of things. And so that is something that we've already started this summer. As soon as we got the report, CTE began writing curriculum documents. Our fine arts are getting ready. PE is already writing. Health is already writing. And so that's something that we're working on right now.
So, and again, I gave the word reject, which may be a strong word. In this, I mean, and so to say already in place, it's already underway?
Yes.
And I think that's what.
Yeah, we have this habit of getting reports and then we don't always take the data and we just ignore it. So historically, over years and years and years. So I don't want it to be, we pay for an outside audit, they
Right.
say something, and then we just ignore the recommendation.
So
I'm wondering, I'm like, do we have it or do we not?
Well,
So
and if I'm a trustee, I'm going to circle A23, and I'm going to ask a very appropriate strategic level question and say, if at the appropriate time, tactical team member, can we see the documents that are now in place, at whatever time they're in place? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's all you're, like, I'm just going to double check. We just want to circle back and see them. Okay?
That'll be quite a few times,
Right.
that you see those. Make
Well,
sure.
and I guess probably what I just said can apply maybe to several of these because you all are saying that is now underway. But I think it's appropriate for the board to ask to close the loop on it once those are produced and draw attention back to the team to that, is that A23 that we rejected? That's that A2 whatever. That makes sense, like draw back to it, President
Well,
Ryan.
and it may take us a while, because we didn't see this before tonight, and I didn't bring my 500-page document with me, so this, some of us, it may take us a minute to go
Sure.
through this, see exactly what they said. Maybe it did say no as non-core classes, type thing, and so we may have, I'm sure there'll be a lot more questions once we can digest.
Yep.
Well, when you say reject, that word is a little confusing, because then it says already in place.
Okay,
So we're
but
not
that's why I
rejecting.
was trying to say, I said reject. Let's soften that term. I was trying to be crystal clear that, and maybe we can say reject
There's a
slash,
different column for don't need.
well, and I think there could be reject because we think it's wrong, or most of these I'm glancing are reject because it's
Already
in
in
process, that's
Already in
right.
process, or it already exists in the district.
But if we're still doing it for a bunch, we should have accept, because then the board wants to track the progress on all the accepts, right?
Yeah, but it's accept their recommendation that there's a gap. See,
Yeah,
they're doing a gap,
the
yeah, they're
gap.
doing a gap analysis. This is a deficiency report, let's be clear.
So
It's
we're
a-
saying there's not a gap to us. Is that what reject means?
That's,
Right. You
yes.
found a gap, we don't have one?
So I'm saying that reject probably for operational function here should be underway. I'm trying to think, that's what I'm hearing.
That's
Underway,
exactly-
Already being
evidence.
addressed?
Right, so we're rejecting that there's a gap because it's
Correct.
it's underway. When we see accept, we're accepting that there's a gap.
We need to start working
We need
and
to
come up
start
with a
working
plan
and
to
addressing
We haven't started, that's where, and then,
modify. We're doing some of it, but we need to do something else that was stated in the plan
Okay,
that we
that's-
weren't doing.
Okay, then that helps me.
Absolutely.
The word reject was very confusing, so it's underway.
I got a little carried away last time I was here, and I said, this is the way we're going to do it. So that's on me.
I'd like to just interject. Again, Ms. Ryan states that we have a history of not accepting audits. That's not true. We look at the information and we make a decision if we want to move forward or not move forward. So I just want that on the record, because earlier I think one of our rules was silence means acceptance. I'm not going to be silent about that kind of stuff. We look at the information, we'd make a decision to move forward or not move forward with it. Secondly, I do have input, but I thought we were going to wait for questions or comments until afterwards, right? Are we? Or are we going to
I
interrupt?
would say, Mr. Macias, because of the different groups, and we only have 3, 2, 3, and 4. I think it would be best if we could get through 2 and then open up for questions.
Okay.
And then get
I'm
through 3 and
comfortable
then
with that too. Thank you.
So I'm going to mark out on my page, just to be clear, reject, and I'm going to put underway or
Me
in
too.
progress. Okay, is that fair for everybody? Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
So if we could go ahead and
Yep.
move through the rest of 2 and then open up.
Yes, I'm on 2.5 where it talks about review of the current curriculum and guides, and we put modify on that because that is why we put together a curriculum committee, a CNI curriculum committee, and they are going to be starting the process of going through the curriculum guides with the rubric that we're going to provide to them to provide us with stakeholder feedback. And we're going to also do a focus on our non-core subjects that we were trying to get pieces of that put in place. 2.6 is talking about the process. We put that is underway and already in progress because of the new State Board of Education rubric that's being put out, that before you can purchase any curriculum materials, they have to be on that list of approved materials from the state, that it's aligned to the TEKS and so on and so forth. So because we already started that process this past school year, it's already underway, and it's in the underway column. 3.1 is talking about the instructional model in our
Can we
curriculum.
stop now?
Yes,
and
sir.
see if
Oh,
there's
I'm
any
sorry.
more questions
Stop
on
after
2?
each one, I think you said.
I'm sorry, I'm trying
Yes,
to
ma'am.
rush.
I understand.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So we're saying that we have our curriculum well put together for the core courses, right? It's only, what, electives or non-core?
So the question you were asking earlier about, when we were having the conversation about reject, right? And we were saying it's underway. So when you look at the full audit, there is like a rubric page on there, and I might get the symbols wrong, but I'm gonna get as close as I can. I think there's a P that's listed on there, which means it's partially completed. So then if you look off to the side, it's got some notes there that says, and I'm just going to use one of the examples. In elementary, all of the core content is aligned and has all the needed pieces, but it noted elementary art needed some refinement. It didn't have differentiation pieces in there. It didn't have a place for assessments. It said the same thing for elementary music. So when we say our core curriculum guides are aligned, that's why we received a partial on the CMAT audit, because the core is aligned, but our non-core subjects are not. The fact of the matter is, some of those curriculum guides for some of our non-core subjects are missing.
So we're creating them,
Correct.
okay.
There's going to be other examples as well, Ms. Stanford, as we get to emerging bilinguals later on. They're going to say, are we using culturally relevant examples? And it's easy to do that in kind of English and social studies. When you're talking about science and math, it's a little bit more difficult. So we're working on science and math to make sure that we bring that up.
Well, I think this is great, that we're finding weak spots in curriculum. I mean, that sounds like a major step into correcting our academic picture.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that the timing of the audit was really good. And this is giving us, I think, a leg up into the direction that we need to take. So I find this very encouraging.
And the accept and modify will be an opportunity for us to come back and then really spell out how we're going to go about getting that done
Good.
for the board.
And Ms. Stanford, just to add, this is never really a process that stops. Like you'll see on here multiple times when we're talking about the CNI curriculum committee and feedback and all of those pieces, it's just evolving. Every time we get feedback, there's a conversation about making adjustments. Then we produce the product. Then we get feedback again, make the adjustments. Then we produce the product. So it's kind of an ongoing thing. I don't want you to feel like we're ever going to get to the
Right.
point where
Yeah,
done.
we're done.
Right. It's constant. Correct. Correct. It's constantly changing.
It's a process, okay.
And one of the things that I do want to emphasize is that in our conversations with the team, the auditor team, y'all met the lead auditor when she came to present to the board, but this is the document that they provided us at the end of the audit. She's telling us it's going to take a 3 to 5 year process to do everything that they kind of pointed out in that document. So what we try to do is when we're talking about academic acceleration, what is going to give us the most bang for our buck to move our campuses now to where we need them to be? And that's what we kind of like let percolate to the top as far as this report is concerned.
Yeah, and if I may, I was thinking about this coming down today. So we take these sets of recommendations, and so it arguably could be 3 CAPAs, but it's called a Gantt chart, so it's a long-term project management. So we can stack these 3 side by side. We may have to use a special computer, but
Yes, sir.
I think you may have. But then, because some pieces of number 2 needs to be ASAP, and some pieces of number 3 need to be ASAP. It's not you finish recommendations A2, and then you start A3, and it's not, you have to start pieces of them right away. And so we'll have to Gantt chart it. It's not that big a deal. It's a big fancy word, but it's not that big a deal.
The next one that you'll see coming up is pretty extensive, so it should.
Hold on.
Now, Dr. Gibson,
Gotcha.
No, go ahead.
do you want to go first?
Oh, no.
Thank you. So Dr. Gibson and Dr. Jartop and Dr. Saunders, so a lot of this information is, I guess, tactical and strategic, right? Or is it all mainly tactical?
Oh, that is the mother of all tactical reports.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
100%?
Yes.
Or at least 99% tactical?
Yes.
And so I guess my question would be, feedback is data-driven. And so when we say we won't, not right now, reject, or whatever word we decided we thought we'd use, how do we know that there's data behind it? Because when the statement is made that, we've rejected the curriculum design because we have resources to include differentiated materials, interventions, extension, is there data for the tactical, for that purpose to say that?
Again, if I was a trustee and I had that question, I would just ask after tonight to close the loop on the documents of the ones that we're saying that are underway. That's an appropriate strategic role question like that.
And that's low-hanging fruit.
Yeah,
We've
we're-
already said that we're on the way getting that done. Now all we have to do is show the board how we're getting that done.
close the loop.
And now we can move forward with the stuff that we actually have to come.
That's exactly right. So it's fine. I think it's not only fine, I think it's good as a board member to say, okay, we're going to accept at face value our subject matter experts saying that's underway. Just produce us a report to show us those the documents that support that that's underway.
And I certainly wouldn't want to go all into the weeds here, but from a strategic standpoint, we hear input from employees, teachers, we hear input from parents and community members, how we would then take that input strategically to bring it to the table to say, what more can we do if Tommy's having issues with the strategies that we're doing, because we're taking parent input. So that room is open at another time, I guess?
Yeah, if I understand, I think it's a fair question. This is just like what it is. So like we're trying to retool, basically, and here's a roadmap for retooling. And then you have priority 2, which is staff, and it's recruitment and retention. And so there should be feedback loops just inherent in the scorecard. I'm thinking about the question on a survey, I have the tools and resources I need to do the job. Well, that's how we're just going to have constant feedback loops because when we ask that question, CMAT is helping us know what the right tools and resources that we should be offering. And then we have to ask the question, Mr. Macias, is, do you have them? Like we built a Gantt chart, congratulations. Now we're going to ask you every 60 days, how are the tools and resources doing? How are the tools and resources doing?
Well, this is a much better breakdown of the CMAT audit that we're going through right now.
Yeah.
Because now you can understand what they were saying. I'm sorry.
Your mic on.
I just talked. Okay. This is a much better breakdown for the board of the CMAT audit, because before we just handed you this huge document and said, now we're actually going through line by line on the feedback that they gave and telling you where we were inside of that line by line. And on the ones where we know we need to do some work, we're saying this is the work that we plan on doing. On the ones that we've said, we've already started and done some of those things, we're already applying that, we'll just come back and show you how we're doing it. Not a huge stretch. I know you had a question, ma'am.
I did. Were you done, Mr. Macias? Okay. I guess, again, it kind of plays off yours because I'm like, oh, I'm way into tactical today. I'm trying to pull myself up, which is, I guess, from just Section 2 curriculum management. What are the big takeaways in here? How is this going to help our kids learn math and reading? right? Because that's the core of what we do. We teach lots of things, right? But we got to get math and reading scores up because they're not doing great. And then what's the cost to doing these things that you're going to accept or modify? Are we paying a bunch of people overtime and whatever we pay teachers to come in for meetings and stuff like that? What is the cost associated with doing these things that we are accepting or modifying to the district?
I think what Dr. Gibson is saying is like, if we're going to accept everything that's under number 2, then the next step is for us to do the CAPA, which is going to outline the plan on what each of the steps we're going to take in order to make these a reality, and what is it going to cost. I will tell you that because we had already been meeting with the auditors the whole spring semester, a lot of the changes coming into the fall have already been calculated. Those are some of the things that y'all already agreed to and approved in the board, which was the purchase of the Bluebonnet Learning and Math, which was the Judson University, the change up on how we did professional development in the fall. It is also the way that we're going to be utilizing the academic trainers. Those type of things have already been calculated into the things that we have asked from the beginning of this school year based on what we were getting from the auditors all the way through January through May. And so what I am saying now that we have already, the Bluebonnet, the whole professional development, I think that at one time you had mentioned about we were spending a lot of money on the professional development for math. That is part of what that plan was, to turn around the scores that we were seeing in math by putting everybody in a vertical alignment for Bluebonnet Learning in Math from grades K through 9th grade.
If I could just, this is just a Rob Field simplistic version. You said the biggest takeaway of 2, which would be refined district curriculum plan, and we've already started doing some of those things. We're going to refine it more. On the one that says accept, establish a clear criteria in the curriculum management plan for components of the model curriculum guide as outlined. The district will use this rubric to evaluate the revisions of the curriculum management plan. That's a big one. And then over here where we're saying that we already have resources that include differentiation materials, we're going to give that to the board. Then over here where we're saying the district's departments of CTE Fine Arts will ensure that every course has written curriculum documents. What we're saying is we have written curriculum documents a certain way in math, science, English, and social studies. We're going to try and incorporate as much as we can because it's not something that you can find easily across the state. The same way that you can do it for CTE, Fine Arts, and PE. So we've even asked some areas that, do you have it the same way we have made up in math, science, English, and social? Correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, you guys.
I just want to make sure we're prioritizing, right?
Well,
Because it's great to have a PE curriculum guide, but we need kids to learn math,
Well,
right?
again,
Like,
right
and
now,
so-
we're just starting with, what was written up in the CMAT audit and where they're saying we need to improve, and we're.
So if we have 200 things to do this year, my concern is how those then get, the work
I
is
will
prioritized.
tell
Well,
you
and
that
they-
the priorities for us is reading and math,
Okay.
because that is where we need to see the momentum change.
Yes.
And so that has risen to the top of our priority list. These other things is what the CMAT team came in and said, you don't have curriculum for health, you don't have a written curriculum for this.
Yeah.
Understood, but our concern right now, looking at our data, is where do we need to focus our time and energy? Because we're trying to move the entire district in the right direction.
Okay.
And so that is where we have spent the money this year for the training. We have spent the money with getting the materials. We have spent the money with all the on-site, boots on the ground type of professional development that we're providing at every campus, because those 2 areas are our critical areas as far as C&I is concerned.
So right now, I'm seeing category 2 is a little bit lower on the priority list, because we're
Well,
going to.
yeah, and I think when we get to the CAPAs, and here's a takeaway, Ms. Ryan, and Amber and I were making notes over here and scratching each other's notes out, and but instead of process notes in this column, Amber has recommended resources, people, space, and time. Like, we're clear, like when we take that step as part of that recommendation, that here's what people, space, and time, like costs. We're just going to say, like, these are some of the costs associated with it. Is everybody good with that, so that it's,
We are. I just want to be clear. One of the statements made was we do these types of audits and then we don't move forward with the recommendations.
Well, the whole-
We're building this plane as we
That's right.
taxi down the runway.
Yep.
We're doing both. We're working on English and math, and we're also trying to incorporate some of the recommendations from the CMAT audit. So I
Correct.
don't want to give the impression that because we're focusing on English and math, we're throwing the baby out with the bath.
and it could be that some of what, and just while I've got everybody with the CAPA format there, instead of process notes, we're going to get a little more, that is process notes, but we're going to talk about people, space, time, and money. Okay, so we're going to have that in there. So we'll have to decide later, after tonight, do you see what is driving the need for this project? So like, here's the project. Arguably, we're bringing these recommendations over, and they're going right up
Yes.
here to the top. Does that make, like that? So in other words, here's a CAPA for A2, and then you have another CAPA for A3, and then you have, maybe, I'm thinking that's where we're, and then to your point, I think we have some notes right here. This project must be done in harmony with our already existing A, B, like the things you're talking about. That has to be right up on the top. And trustees, the strategic role, I don't, sometimes in the tactical role, and I'm one of them, like, we get down here and we're like, we're all in it. And what I'm going to ask the staff to make sure they don't skip, I'm not saying they would, but like clarity about what goes up here in the top box, because that's your role and your role and your role. So like, we've got to have clarity about what goes in the top box. And so tonight is really about the staff and myself taking notes about what we're going to put up here in the top box of the CAPA, if that makes sense. And that'll give you all, I hope, a little bit of comfort knowing it's headed in the right direction. Okay, sorry.
In this process, and I do agree we need to prioritize, because we need to move the district back up to where we should be, at least a B, I think. So that makes some sense to me, that we don't want to put too much time into creating a curriculum for music, or because of the urgent need in math and reading. So my question is there a place in this process for y'all to calibrate our existing curriculum to find where there might be some weaknesses or some holes? Even though it's put together, we don't have a gap. So we pass the audit on that, right? We have it all together, but is there a place for y'all to take a look at what we have in place to see, are there weaknesses in what's existing that could be contributing to our ranking?
That's part of the CMAC rubric that they were talking
Okay.
about, when we were talking about the CMAT components that are in their rubric that we use to look at our curriculum. And so we look at what components are not outlined in our curriculum with their rubric, and then it tells us, okay, we need to fix this, this, and this. And that is the part that we're going to be bringing in the CNI curriculum committee to be sitting down and giving us feedback on that and working through that.
Okay, so their rubric will help you kind of calibrate our
Yes, ma'am.
existing structure of curriculum. Okay.
And so
This next one's really
I'm sorry, Ms.
extensive.
Lee.
It's going to go, I'm sorry.
No,
It goes
it's
from 1 to 20. Go ahead.
No, just out of curiosity though, who's on the CNI curriculum committee?
it includes teachers, teachers that are department chairs. It includes academic trainers.
And then is it like all represented by each school?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we want every school to be represented in those
In
committees.
those, okay.
Yeah, we try to go for a big number, like almost 60 people, because you're going to be breaking up into smaller groups. But it also gives an opportunity, if everybody can't come every single time, you still have people there to participate.
Yeah, because I think they are the ones who really like knows how to like to teach, so I'm just curious. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So the next part is getting to what I call the meat and potatoes of what this audit was about, which is the instructional practices, the professional development, the monitoring, and then one of our special groups, which is emergent bilingual. And so one of the things that the audit brought out on 3.1 is that they wanted to make sure that the district has agreed upon making sure that we had an instructional model that all of our people were involved, that were aware of what type of instructional practice makes effective Tier 1 instruction. And then from there, they went to a comprehensive, on 3.3, a comprehensive professional development plan for all layers of instructional leaders in our district. So that included a plan for principals, vice principals, academic trainers, academic deans, and then also our teachers to make sure we were doing that. The 3.4 is to make sure that our professional development plan aligns with the district's curriculum needs and their instructional needs. And then 3.5 is not only building that professional development plan and that instructional model, but having a way to evaluate and to monitor whether or not we were getting the effectiveness out of the instructional strategies that we were using at that time. And then making sure that if it was proving to be ineffective, that we come back and change that and revamp it based on the needs of the district. They also talked about our summer professional development, to making sure that we are listening to our stakeholders and that we're providing professional development during the summer that really is going to give the teachers not only just choice, but also voice and choice, but also leading to change. 3.7 is looking at the adult learning theory, that when you are training adults, it's very different from teaching children, and so making sure that we are aware of that and making sure we're putting that into the different types of professional development that we are offering. 3.8 is talking about that we need to use our instructional coaches, our academic coaches, and our academic trainers to leverage them to bridge the gap between what the professional development is and what's actually happening in Tier 1 instruction at the campus level. 3.9 is using a tracking system to monitor how frequently our teachers are attending professional development. And that particular one we already have in place because we use Strive to track all of our teachers' PD hours. And then 3.10 is that we are communicating our monitoring, how we monitor Tier 1 instruction, that everyone is clear on what do we use, what type of walkthrough tools, what type of feedback tools, what type of cycles that we use to give feedback to teachers to improve Tier 1 instruction. Kristen, pick up.
Sure.
Thanks.
311 is instructional coaching, same conversation we just had a second ago. 312 is about establishing procedures and protocols and a regular cycle for offering that feedback for classroom instruction. And I want to go back to something you said earlier, Ms. Stanford, about curriculum, about recommendation 2, all of them under recommendation 2 and all of them under recommendation 3. The important piece to know is you can have really well-defined and well-written curriculum, but if teacher practice is not in place, that's where you start to see a disconnect. So this really focuses on that teacher practice piece. So the two have to go hand in hand, but I just kind of wanted to reiterate, it's not all the guide, right? It's what teachers do with the guide, what principals do with the feedback, what academic coaches do with the feedback. So that's really kind of what we're digging into in this piece. 313, again, classroom observation process and walkthroughs. You'll notice that this says modify. What we did was we took kind of the next step with what the recommendation was from CMAT about student work samples. So student work samples have really always been looked at the campus level. Now we're taking another step back and we're bringing those to the district level for us to calibrate as instructional leaders and then to bring principals into the fold as well. So that a work sample, and I'm just going to say a random standard, a work sample for 3.13 in math should look the same at Park Village as it does at Worth the Oaks, just so that we're calibrated that way. 314, this goes to what we were talking about earlier with making sure that we have that differentiation in there as well. Is it cognitively demanding? Does it meet the rigor of the TEAC? 315, communication about adherence to the instructional framework. We worked together as a cabinet to think about some ways to really put this in the forefront for everyone at the campus level, making sure we're all focusing on the same thing at the same time. 316, this is what we were talking about earlier with BOI, MOI, and EOI, just making sure that we stay on that regular cadence of giving the board the data information that they would like. 317 goes to the piece we were talking earlier about, Dr. Duhart-Toppin mentioned, and special programs. So our emergent bilinguals were sort of their own line in the CMAT audit, and we got some feedback about
their data compared to other students and leveraging some of those things that are already working well with emergent bilingual students and spreading them across all student populations. Establish a structured system for mandatory teacher training and language acquisition strategies. Again, it's using those strategies that we know work with emergent bilingual students and spreading them across all populations. And then develop a robust model of training for teachers to acquire that ESL certification. And we've seen a broad spectrum here in Judson ISD over the years about how we support those ESL certified teachers. And we were talking about this today, even going as far as at the district level, paying for a teacher to add that certification to their teaching certificate. And then our last one, allocate additional local funding for emergent bilingual resources, including instructional materials. We use Title III funding and IMTA funding for our bilingual funding, our bilingual students, our emergent bilingual population. So if you notice, it goes all the way from 3.1 to 3.20, but I do want to point out that the CMAT auditors misnumbered. So if you'll notice, we do not have a 3.2. So there's actually 19 recommendations here.
Math is not their strong point.
Yeah.
We are ready for questions.
Number 3.
I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Do y'all do any kind of feedback requests from teachers regarding?
Constantly,
Regarding PD?
constantly.
What are you getting back from teachers on that?
They would like a tiered approach to PD, which is what we're trying to overhaul this year with all of our professional development. They think that if there is a novice teacher, they shouldn't be running the same track as a veteran teacher. And so that is something we really looked closely at this year when we started our back-to-school professional development. So we made that third day a day where you can pick what you need to go and get. That's what the whole idea about Judson University is. So we are changing that for everyone because you go to college for what you need to go to follow your plan. We're trying to take that idea and put that with our professional development because what a novice teacher will need to get training on is not the same that a veteran staff member would need training on. So that we heard them loud and clear at the end of the year last year, so we are changing it this year. We're putting the wings on the plane as we're going through the air, but most of the feedback that we got from August that they really appreciated having the opportunity to choose what they needed on that third day for their own personal practice.
They also gave us some feedback about timeliness.
Yes.
Yeah.
They wanted to get, especially in math this year, they wanted a glimpse at what Bluebonnet was going to look like before they went on summer break. So if you guys remember, we came to the board and asked for us to do some PD in May and June. That way they kind of had an opportunity to process it a little bit before they come in August and are drinking from a fire hose trying to process all of that.
And the board approving that cost
Yep.
helped us to do that, and we got wonderful feedback from that.
Okay. Do y'all feel that a lot of PD is repetitive? Because I've heard that.
So we do hear that from our more experienced
Very
teachers,
okay.
which was why we said, okay, for that third day, you now get to choose your electives, whatever area you might feel needs refinement.
Okay, that would be an improvement, I think.
Absolutely.
Great.
Go ahead.
Were you done, Ms. Stanford?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So along the same lines, just getting back to, since this is tactical, one of the things that I think would be helpful, again, is the data outcomes for this. Is the professional development that we're providing showing up in the classroom? Are we seeing results? And I do see the feedback from our teachers and all that, but tying that in some way for strategic purposes, and again, this is tactical, but we would start to look at improving that so that we can validate that this PD is yielding the results that we need. Are we doing, well, tell me a little bit about that.
So we just actually had an academic leaders meeting last week, and it's beautiful that the posters are still up here, because one of the things we had the academic leaders do was sort of use the DeFore questions and apply them to teachers. So, and I'm gonna use one of the strategies that we kind of dove into at the beginning of the school year. So ABC objectives, right? This is the objective that's written on the board that you use to hook kids into the lesson so that they know what the outcome is supposed to be. So we provide professional development on ABC objectives. The academic trainers take it back to the campus and provide that PD. So then the question they ask themselves is, what do we want teachers to know at the end of this PD? How will they know if they've learned it? What are we going to do for the teachers who are struggling with this component, and what are we going to do with the teachers who have already mastered it? So the conversation we had is, here's the learning outcome. How will we know if they've learned it? When we do classroom observations, we will clearly see that ABC objectives have been put in place. What are we going to do for those teachers who are still struggling? What does that look like? Does it look like an academic trainer in a coaching conversation? Is it will versus skill? Well, that's when we leverage those teachers who have already mastered that skill, and we start using them to help coach these teachers as well. So we just kind of go through this process, bite-sized chunks of professional development that they'll turn around at the campus level and then immediately look to see if that's being implemented. Now, ABC objective is an easy one to do. As we go through the instructional model, it gets a little bit more difficult.
Well, and I'm just, we don't have to go too deeply, but naturally, this is a strategic importance to me. If we find that the level of PD that we're getting from a vendor is not yielding the result, is there already a timeline where we're looking maybe at another vendor to provide this service? And so, I mean, just putting it out there, because obviously that's data for me.
Absolutely.
And just the other point is, I've always had some challenges with the BOI, MOI, EOI in our not pre-K, kindergarten, first grade, second, pre-STAR stuff, because I'd like it aligned to where it yields the same, or close to the same results we see in third grade with STAR. Because we should be, if we're seeing good BOI, MOI, EOI numbers in those grades, why do we see a differential, a major one? I don't mind if it's minor deviations, but in terms of that already in practice, I'm just saying 316, maybe that's something that we're looking at too, so we can show that alignment coming out from student outcomes. And then the last thing to put out for tactical and strategic would be more satisfaction surveys for the PD, so that we know that teachers overall are really embracing the PD or anything else that we're doing. I don't know, Dr. Duartop, if we're doing surveys already.
Yes. Every time we do a professional development,
Well,
we do
There's a
surveys.
QR code on the screen at the end. I had somebody share their results of theirs with me.
Well, and not just the session, because I know that we're capturing that information based on the, I'm talking about overall, because they have to go through it during the summer, and so just getting some benchmark based on the totality of the training.
The series of
Yeah,
training
yeah,
that they go through
not
as a
ju-
series.
Just because that's overall, and it just may help the tactics of realizing what are we seeing and what can we do to adjust to meet the needs of our teachers.
I think the comment I had, and again, Mr. Macias and I agree on far more things than anybody in the public thinks we do, is really, it's this return on investment, right? And I think that's why, like, the column we had on our version of the CAPA, was what is the expected outcome? I'm going to do X, and this is what I expect to see out of X. And this is who's going to do it, this is how much it costs, resources and all of those things. And then when are we going to get those results? So are we, 60% of the people are happy with their PD week, right? And if we do the following things and rearrange the way we said we were going to do it, next year we want 70% of the people, or on the other PD days that we have during the school year, all of a sudden 70%. So what's the expected, what are we going to do? What's the expected result? And then how are you going to communicate that to the board so that we can see the return on investment of what we're either spending time, money, or
Improving.
Well,
people on?
I know, like, this is a broad response to that, but I think that's why y'all put this in here. The BOY, MOY, EOY is meant to have a let's all stop, and as a team, really, those should be geared towards ROI in a lot of ways. Like the BOY, MOY, I'm not saying it is a straight up return on investment, but there should be a return on investment feel to me to MOY, because you're doing an analysis. Here's what the data is saying. How did
we get there?
How do we-
What did we do to get to
What do we do to
this?
get to that? If it's good, how did we get there? If
Yeah.
it's not good, what do we do to get the result that we
Yeah, we
don't?
put, a bunch of academic trainers at this school. We
Right.
did after-school tutoring, we did year-round. What are the different things we did that somehow got to that?
Let me say it this way, and I'm not telling you how to run the MOY, but I know we always said it's gonna be 2 hours long. Well, the MOY was 8 hours long. I'm just telling you. I mean, if we're being honest, or 6 hours, because there's no, like, are we going to unpack it? We're ready to unpack it. And so it may take 4 or 5 hours for an MOY. MOY is the key. I just want to make sure, like, does that make sense to everybody? BOY is kind of like, here's where we
The
start.
baseline.
EOY is the autopsy. That's right. You know, like, this is just, but it's still good to do it because we need to calibrate. MOY is like, that's where a lot of this, I think,
That's where the surgery comes in.
that's right. Like,
That feels like that's a tactical, but from a strategic EOI, a star in EOI is what we care about, because that's how we're
right, but
allocating
you're, at
resources.
the MOY, that's your last chance as a strategic team to
Recalibrate.
recalibrate, to
It
change.
needs some more stuff,
Yeah.
but it's about resetting for the following school year. What are we putting in place?
Yeah, but it may,
based on, did we
so
get
I'm
where we
not
were going?
picking on what you just said, but like the assumption, it may just be your experience is MOY is just, we need some more stuff. It doesn't have to be that, it can be that, and I'm okay with that, but it can be, we were doing this, we did not get the result that we wanted, so,
Change.
and you might hear a little bit of a squawk, board, heads up, because that wasn't working.
Yeah.
So we're gonna change.
That's
We're not-
important.
Yeah, we're not gonna
to
just
see-
keep doing this.
Right,
Yeah,
for years, and then go.
That's right,
And then go, that's not working.
right.
And to your point about 316, in the full audit, it talks about MOY, BOY, MOY, and EOY in two veins. One of them being a placeholder in the school year, and the other one being actual screener data.
Right.
So like for MOY or BOY, any of them, right? There's other things you can report on besides just screener data.
Yeah.
Like, this was the professional development that we did from BOY to MOY, and this is what we
Because
saw
monitoring is
using
more
classroom
than
observations.
AOI.
Correct.
It's results of instructional
Yep.
walks, and there's so many more components to monitoring that we shouldn't just be looking at, here's how they did on the test. It's what did all the instructional walks show leading up to
Correct.
that? 4 out of 10 were terrible, or, 9 out of 10 were amazing, whatever that is, and the DOIs were killing it, and the 40-year teachers weren't, whatever that data shows, all the different components of monitoring that led to the data as those interim progress measures that got us here
And I think that's a
now.
good way to look at it, right? BOY, MOY, EOY as a placeholder.
Yeah.
And then also as it is screener data.
Yeah.
Because as the placeholder, there's a lot of things we can report on for BOY, MOY, and EOY.
Okay. That's all I have. Anybody else on 3 before they roll on?
So when we modified the reject earlier to different terminology, underway or in progress, do all of the X's that fall in that third column fit that?
Still
front-
apply.
Still
Yes.
fit the, okay, it
Yes.
fit our modified framework. Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure. It wasn't rejected for some other reason.
No.
Okay, it's underway or in progress.
No.
Trustees, I'll remind you, I think it's fair on the ones that are rejected to get a follow-up report to show the underway and the, okay.
All right, who's rolling on 4?
On 4, we're talking about student assessment and program evaluations. And so G4 is a governance recommendation, basically talking about adopting a policy that provides a framework for a comprehensive student assessment program. And so we have called around to look at what other districts have put into that particular thing, but we are definitely going to have to work with our assessment department in order to craft that particular policy to add it to it, because it's not a lot of fleshed out pieces of that in the TASB world. We've already
And
been
maybe
checking
wait
in
till the
that.
special sessions are all over before we get too far down that road.
Yeah,
in
well,
case
that's
that
not a high
changes.
priority for us right now,
Be-
because that's something that. we can put
Tomorrow
back in.
evening at 7 PM is what I'm
Yeah.
hearing.
Is that when it's going to end?
Because they're going to convene at 6 PM and it's going to be over at 7 PM, so,
We'll see.
yep, we'll see, that's what we're hearing.
4.1 is, again, talking about the assessment department and looking at their current practices with us, with the process and practices with the assessment department, and coming up with some type of framework that we both can work together with to put our assessment philosophy and all of that out. A lot of the stuff that they recommended was putting stuff in writing, which I can understand in a district this size. We should not be one deep on any position as someone walks out the door and all that institutional knowledge goes out with them, but putting something in writing kind of have something for the next person coming in to pick up and go forth with
Which,
it.
I'm sorry, which number are you on?
I'm on 4.1.
Okay, this, don't try to invent that tool. I have the tool for that.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
I'm gonna put your name
Just-
on it, Dr.
okay.
Exactly.
Yep.
Thank you.
Not about reinventing the wheel.
Yep.
4.2 is administrative procedures about how we select and implement evaluation, and evaluate programs that the districts are putting in place. 4.3 is looking at our list of existing programs and reviewing those programs with an updated evaluation tool. And we took that to mean any type of programs at the campus level or any type of instructional programming that we have brought in, any type of technology that we have brought in to set up an evaluative tool to modify the one we have to conclude all the other components that they are bringing to it.
This is to Mr. Macias's point that he was trying to make. Evaluating all.
Evaluating, yes, sir. 4.4 is looking at providing targeted training to all of our teachers in different layers, our assistant principals and principals, to provide for instructional support at the campuses level, and using our data to continue to refine that training to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all of our teachers on the campus. 4.5 is talking about revising our curriculum pacing guides. We already have those in place, and we also provide assessment calendars that let them know exactly when our assessments are taking place, when you can reteach, retest, and do those type of things. We provide those annually to our teachers. 4.6 is a system-wide formative and summative assessments. We do have a lot of summative assessments in our unit assessments that we provide to our teachers. They're asking for additional support. They're suggesting that we offer additional support with formative assessment writing. So one of the things we have purchased this year is Progress Learning, which provides the teachers with a bank of questions that they can use to make their own formative assessments for their students. 4.7 is talking about clear expectations for administrators and teachers as far as, and this is getting into HR, getting into the assessment, different departments within the district. So that's going to be an interdepartmental project that we're going to have to take on about job descriptions, appraisal calendars, and all of those things. And that's four.
4.7 and then the G4.1 feel,
Governance.
yeah, a lot like they're this very similar. So it's almost like that flip sides of the same coin, maybe.
Yes, a lot of governance and putting
Yep.
those pieces in place, policy.
But again, I have a tool, so don't,
Okay.
yeah.
There's a lot we should create.
So
Seeing any
The-
questions, so
Well,
back to you.
yeah,
The one thing I did want to say about this is that one of the questions earlier, dang it, I forgot that quick.
Gotta write that stuff down.
Yeah, see, I'm getting old. But one of the questions was, how do we know whether or not, we had talked about it earlier. How do we know whether or not some of the stuff's getting done? Dang it, I'll write it
A
down.
Gantt chart?
No, not the Gantt chart.
Well,
It was
Dr.
this
Field-
whole thing.
yeah,
Kinda.
I know this, and I think it's what you're, but, so you go to work on the CAPAs and all that, then I suspect that there's a key strategic action coming that now that we know what we didn't know, now we've got to develop a protocol for monitoring. But we don't know what we don't know right now. And so if you develop the protocol for the monitoring based on what you don't know, it's useless. It's just, everybody look busy, like we used to do working for my dad, like, get up, look busy.
That was
So-
it. And the reason why I brought that up is because you asked, why would they put it in here if we're doing it already? And we talked about this earlier, and we said, some of this just looks generic, that they just go from district to district and say, you need to have this in there. To the point that they had kind of put some stuff in here, we were like, that's not
It
us.
belonged to us.
That's not us. Because it's just stuff that every district should be doing.
Well, and the beauty of the way you're analyzing it is that if we have it, then we're going to show that we have it.
Right.
And so we can show that we can demonstrate back to the board that there's a check mark in that. Some of these that are in the underway or in progress, when I read them, and it's fair, I'm not disputing it, but it feels a little bit like it's in the modify column because y'all.
And we
y'all-
went back and forth between
I can-
modify and the reject because we felt like we already have it, maybe we just need to tweak it.
Right.
But-
See, I would, and I'm not disputing the way you did it, but I would just put that in modify. Because it's a good idea, and we're just going to tweak this little
it's not
thing.
complete.
But we're going to just tweak it, and so we've modified it, and then it's in place.
We were
That's
trying
just
to be
my,
truthful.
I know.
And we
I-
have heartburn about the word,
Reject.
Rejects, that's true, that's true. Have we clarified that before you
I
started?
said reject, and she said reject.
Yeah. I think it's the way she said it. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
Dr. Gibson, on the CAPA template, we had changed ours a little bit from yours. You have additional steps as your last column. We had changed that to findings and recommendations, so that after we finished a step and we had gotten delivered, whatever it is we were going to get delivered to the board, we would be able to put what the outcome was.
I'm not married to either.
Professional development went up to 76%, we're green, and then any recommendations that we had, right? Oh, this went wonderfully, let's double down on it, right? Or this went terrible, we're gonna go a different direction. So we would
I'm good with
capture
either.
completion of each step.
So now, here, team of 15, on additional steps, we did look at the last version that I think I sent, said findings and recommendations. In other words, we're inside this, doing this work, but we have some additional findings and
Yeah,
recommendations.
this was our expected outcome. We thought we'd go from 40 to 50.
Yep.
We went to 56, so double down. Hey, we're going from 40 to 50. We're down at 42, right? We didn't make it, so now what is our recommendation moving forward? Like, we're done with this step, and we
Yeah.
add another step to the bottom, then
I would
whatever
ask
it is
the
didn't work.
tactical team, what feels, from a functional standpoint, what feels best for that final column in order to keep the board informed? We have additional steps. In other words, we were in it and we found some additional work. There's no right or wrong way to do a CAPA except don't break it into its pieces and don't assign someone to do it. And don't set a timeline. That's the only way you fail a CAPA. As long as you break it into pieces, you assign a person to do it, and you set a deadline, it's going to be fine. I like adding cost assumptions, that's good for us to look at. And then this question of, do y'all like additional steps on here or findings and recommendations? I'm talking to the tactical team.
I like findings and recommendations.
Okay, and that's kind of what you were.
This is what we captured. This was the expected outcome from that middle column, and then what was the outcome, right? Capture
Right.
once you're done with that step and we turn this green, right? Because we did good in our recommendations, or maybe it turns yellow and we have more steps that are getting added somewhere
So
else,
it's-
or turned red and we need a whole new step.
And it's almost, I might add, new findings and recommendations, right? Or additional findings. In other words, we were in,
Because we set off in a certain direction, eh?
we set off and then some learning occurred. That's all we're trying to do is we
Yep.
found something while we were in there and we need to tell you what we found. So additional findings and recommendations? Does that sound that we're kind of using the additional?
I also like the people, space, time, and money.
No, I think that,
Set of process notes.
right,
reinforce
I think
it.
that's got to go in there. And I saw a lot of heads nod on that.
People, not resources.
Resources and then people, space, time,
The
and money.
resources are the people, the time, the money,
People, dollars, space, and time.
space. There we go.
Yeah,
That's it.
because we have to think about space also.
Got it?
So I like the findings and recommendations if everybody's good. And then just to put a bow around, so there, Dr. Fields, there would be arguably a CAPA for section 2, a CAPA for section 3, a CAPA for section 4.
Yes.
Is the way we're thinking about breaking it down.
Yes.
Because they're clustered. Does that make sense to everybody? So you'd have 3 of these? Is that right?
We'll have 3 with subsets, and then on the next one, we'll have 6 with subsets.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And we can talk about. So there's a CAPA for 2 and a CAPA for 3 and a CAPA for 4, and then this just kind of keeps going. And it may not be, let's leave it at step right now. It may just be critical
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
components.
Is it,
Yeah,
what is on line 1 through 7, right? Is it by date? Is it by priority? Is it by the order they're listed in the CMAT report, right? Like, how do we prioritize these?
yeah, and I
Or
don't
are
know,
we sequencing them only by time?
yeah, that's a good question.
Because I'd rather see priorities, what's going to impact our math and reading this year? We need to do it right now. That's the number, I need you working on that. Priority, step one is the most
Yeah,
important stuff right now.
step 1, 2, 3, 4 indicates chronological importance.
Somewhat.
So that's probably why this base version,
Correct.
that's why I grabbed them, because it may have been listed number 5, but that's got to go up to step 1.
Yeah, so I
That
don't
may
know,
have been
priority
finding.
1 through 7 is a better way to say it, because there might be, the P guy's still working on the P stuff. It's not like he's not working on it, because we're busy working on math, right? A lot of these things are going to be
Okay,
going on at
so
the same time.
Are you all good with step, or this is good discussion, or priority, or?
Are you good with
It
priority 1
almost-
through 7?
I don't know if
I
this
don't
is
like
true, but it feels like,
Action.
yep.
Action 1, action 2.
And it feels like some of these could almost be placed in buckets. Like, for example, there's a lot here about professional development. So I don't think like and I'm just making this up, 3.12 through 3.17, let's say that's all professional development. I don't think each one of those needs
So
to
you
be an
could
individual
cluster,
action
you
step.
could cluster a couple of them together under
Together.
one.
It's the same thing for teacher monitoring and feedback. There's a lot that maybe could be placed in buckets.
And one of the things that may be important, and this is like, actually, this is the purpose of tonight, is clarifying the language on this. It almost feels like to me there needs to be some space for us to put something in our own words. We read that. We understand that. We can speak that language. But what does this mean for us in our own words? So what is our action step in our own words?
I'd go so far as to say that that's how we were going to start the day. That's how we were going to put this. Our concern was that as we went through this, if we didn't identically say what was in the CMAT,
I love what you did.
there would be
I
a
love what-
concern
Yep.
that we skipped something. So
Yep.
we just put it the way that we got it.
I
But
think
to
that
have
cut
the
through a
autonomy
lot of red
going
tape
forward-
tonight, so thank you for
Right.
doing that.
And it helps out a lot because we know everything was covered. But going forward, if we could combine a lot of this, it would help us out a lot. Because, yes, ma'am.
That's exactly what Dr. Saunders was saying, is if we group them, then you put it in the language that makes sense to cover each of those 3 things that it's grouping together.
The actions.
And not necessarily the exact language of each of those, because then you're going to have one that's this long.
Right.
Yeah, because at our level, we're thinking this many lines, then what Dr. Saunders has sitting on her desk is way longer than that, right? Because she's farther in the weeds, and that's completely different than what's on Dr. Lofton's desk, right? But everybody, I'm more worried about the prioritization, is someone like Dr. Lofton, I'm just picking on her because I'm looking at you and you're elementary, you put 43 things on this list. Dr. Lofton's not doing 43 things today. How do we prioritize for our staff and the principals? And what everybody's doing, making sure someone has rank ordered some of these things of, if you can only get one thing done today, this is the thing you're gonna get done.
Yeah.
If you get 2 things done today, awesome, then these are the 2.
Yeah, and the Kappa for this team, just to be clear, is meant to be high level, and that supporting documents can and oftentimes span out of it. So you can put some hyperlinks in it.
Yeah, a link to your tactical plan.
We
Yeah.
plan to
We
do
wanna read
that.
it.
Tonight, we just wanted to get through the accept, modify, reject. But we even talked about earlier, as we go through this and we put stuff together, even on this, we'll put hyperlinks that will show to, again, your point, Mr. Macias's point, here's the proof of how we're doing this already.
So is column 1, Saunders and I were just sidebarring here, critical action steps instead of just step? Yeah, action 1, critical action
Priority
1.
actions, and then are we
I
gonna,
think actions would be more appropriate. Whenever I hear the word step,
Yeah.
it's like, you have to do this first,
Yeah.
and then you do step 2, and then you do
I
step 3.
like critical
I feel that way
actions,
about
like-
priority. If we start stacking them in a priority method, then, well, did you finish priority 1 before you went to priority 2?
Right.
But actions gives the versatility to get done what we need to get done as we need it.
And this is a working document for the cabinet, correct? The board's not going to be,
no, we're approving the
The Kappas,
we're
yeah,
gonna
coming
approve
back
the
to you.
CAPA. We're asking them not to put this many words into it.
Correct,
That's too many words.
But I
correct.
think we can
Not
also
short, but it is.
prioritize by
the timeline where it says start date and finish date.
Correct.
So you have actions that are not like action 1, action 2, which indicates you should finish 1 before 2. It's like, I don't know, action A, action B, it's just action. But you're ordering them by start and completion dates so that it's
Yeah.
prioritized by that.
So what we're looking to hear as the board is, what will this document work for y'all? Right, because y'all are going to be, this is going to be a working document for y'all, the cabinet?
No.
But tonight, I mean, it's an
We're not
overview
working.
document for, well, we would hope that we would, think what you're saying, I think we can, both of these can be true at the same time. You don't want it to just be extra work. I think, Ms. Stanford, you want it to be something that helps, like.
I want it to have meaning to
Right.
the people that are using it.
But it can, at the same time, also be a very useful tool for the tactical team to share with the strategic team, here's what we're doing with that binder of stuff. In plain language, like it's a way to show it concretely. And my experience is, if we do a CAPA right, it always feels good as the administrative team when we get it organized.
Right.
You know, like, so it's not like extra stuff. And, you know, I would say once a month, you can call it getting ready for a board meeting, or you can call it getting on our toes. It's either one, I mean, like, we're getting on our, that's game day. So we're just, and we also worked really hard between the tactical and the strategic team, so nothing felt like extra work. We were just doing our corrective action plan, and we were saying we want to share it with you. We're proud of it, board. We want y'all to see what we're doing. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. Critical actions or just actions?
I was like actions.
I think it's action.
I like it if everybody likes it.
The way Nicole-
Okay, that's all right, okay, all right.
That's just extra
Thank you,
words.
Nicole. We're going with actions. We're just going with actions. I like it.
Now, the next one is going to be the Dr. Dixon recommendations for the CAPAs, but before we move on, I just wanted to say that we need a period of time in which we can put this skeleton thing together.
Yeah, and on your working agenda, I proposed, did it copy?
It's on.
Yeah,
Before we do that, can we add one more column on here?
yes.
Can we add, if these action steps tie directly to one of our 12 strategic objectives, 1.1, 1.2,
Okay.
1.3,
So link it.
can we
to-
link it? If it does, right? The P guide might not link to a strategic objective, but if we find steps that are directly tied to one of those strategic objectives, can we annotate that on there somewhere?
Can we
And that
put
may
it in
also
the
give
same
people.
box with the action?
I think that's
It could be
what
in parentheses, just
Yeah.
Like
1.1,
priority 1
1.2.
point, whatever.
Yeah, and not all of them may not have
Right.
correct languages. I would say don't stretch it to try and
so I'm just gonna say where it
Ancillarily
aligns, link it to
make everything
strategic
fine, because
objectives.
not everything
That's a good idea.
With times.
is direct.
Right.
It may be like a third order effect one, so.
Well, and we were supposed to divert from the card to this for now.
This
So-
work.
Do you, power on, or you want to take a break?
I'd say we power through.
I'm good.
I don't want
If
to keep people
everybody's-
here late.
I think,
We can move through this relatively quickly. It'll be Ms. Davis and Mr. Kingman, so we should be good.
so similar to, you may frame it up a little bit, so similar to this document,
See,
and we distributed it earlier, I took the report that the board had commissioned, the staff and I extracted out the recommendations. So I just want to make sure, trustees, that everybody, it's a simple Word document, thank you, that just has, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so this was a 15-page report, maybe, and to not get distracted by extra words. When we were talking the other day, I said, okay, just pull the recommendations over. Okay, then the staff, and by the way, word reject is on there, so I just want to be clear, but the same
rationale.
but we're also going to change that reject to what we said, underway or in progress? Is that?
Yes.
That's
for
applicable?
One of them specifically for the recommendations that dealt with the insurance, we rejected all 3, but that's because we've already completed that.
Okay, all right.
So that one would.
That's actually a
complete it.
true,
That's actually a.
true reject. Okay,
yes.
all right, everybody good? Same concept? Good news is there's fewer of these.
Yes, correct. And we'll do the same thing, go through A, open up, B, open up, and then so.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first set of recommendations had to do with staffing. A1 is align staffing levels with projected ADA rather than total enrollment. We would like to modify that. We will staff based on enrollment with ratios that consider campus ADA. Then level and reassign prior to and through Labor Day, which is a practice that we've done in this district, at least since I've been here. It's a practice that we do. And then A2, conduct a staffing audit by role and function, especially within central administration. We accept that, and we will engage with a third party to conduct a staffing audit.
Not just Tasby, probably, maybe Mo Casey as well.
Yeah, well, thank you, John, or Tony, rather, Tony, sorry. Ours is very tight, succinct, not a lot of extra words to get confused with, just the numbers. Is that a fair way to?
That is a fair way to say it.
Like, here are the numbers.
Just the facts, ma'am.
Just the facts,
Love it. All right.
by categories.
Right, I think we
Recommendation.
already have that in PEMS, but
Well, it is purely extracting from PEMS
yeah.
and bucketing in a way that you can draw inferences from comparative analysis without us telling you a lot of stuff, just so you know.
yeah, my concern is kicking this bucket down the road another 120 days, because we don't have 120 days to do this.
I got you, your
Okay,
thing
we've
here.
done.
Yeah, I've already pulled rank
We've done
one.
staffing audits
Yeah.
before, and so I don't think,
No, we can-
especially the
Well, it's
public
gonna-
is not interested in us doing more, and then this taking
I think.
another years to
No.
Okay.
We're talking fast track and get the
the
data.
next couple weeks, because, yeah, all that PEMS data audit, it's even on TEA's public website.
Right.
And I know.
there's a
district has.
little, I'm gonna say 30 days. I mean, we probably have it down and dirty in 30 days. I don't think anyone on earth is gonna give you a tighter timeline than that. I mean, like any of the
Yeah,
other.
no, just, the board set a 90-day deadline for the financial plan, and to have it done so that the public would see it done before the Vader. So that's why I'm concerned about anything that's gonna throw us off of the timeline this board has already set, so.
Yeah, but, okay, say, 10 more, or is that modified because we're building the CAPAs?
That's what I understood.
Yeah,
Matter of
that's me
fact, it was
too.
our understanding that because we were building the CAPAs, then the academic and financial plans were set aside, because we were doing this.
The
Well, the
original?
CAPAs are I mean, we're doing a financial plan is what was assigned to be done, so
Right, but
these are just part of it.
Okay.
No.
But
No,
the scope of what originally was proposed to the board and what's on the table now is much different. Like, this is very robust. When we first talked about, I don't know for sure if I'm completely clear about what we're talking about, but the first set of analyses, in my thinking, and I may be wrong, and we're just gonna have a conversation about it, we're not gonna go back and forth, is that these CAPAs take the place of the two that the board
That was our
originally.
understanding.
Yes.
Because we're talking about like 8 or 9 or 11 CAPAs now to take the place of those
Yeah.
two.
In our conversations that we've had with Dr. Gibson, at least the last two, our understanding was that this CAPA, the 6 that we would, for example, draft for finance, would be the financial solvency plan that was assigned.
Okay, and President Ryan, I just want to make sure, like, that's the way I see it, because this is going to be a lot more robust.
Correct, because they're
than-
not different plans, so they're just because what the board directed was, we have to, those things can't look like this anymore, they gotta look like this or better than this,
Right.
right? Is what the task was, so now there's different ways to get to a better than balanced budget, right? Like, we gotta look at ESSER, we gotta look, there's
Right.
all these subcategories that they're gonna have to look at to get there, that I think they've been looking at for the last 45 days, we're halfway through this
Correct.
already. I don't think that restarts the clock and restarts the process, because we're already halfway
Yeah,
through it.
part of that might have been my fault. When I originally talked about that original CAPA, I didn't know that there was an analysis underway.
Oh, I think we were very clear when
No,
we said.
me, I'm just saying, and then I said, wait a minute, you've got some.
There was not an analysis of the Dixon report. There was a financial solvency plan that we were putting together. There was an academic accelerated plan that we were putting together. Once we started talking about this, what I heard clearly was, put aside the accelerated plan and the solvency plan, and we're going to work on the CAPAs.
Yeah,
So now
because
to hear
but I
that-
don't,
The CAPA, the financial solvency, it is a CAPA. He just added a preventive word to it.
right, it's not
He's had it.
necessarily set it aside, it's just like, it's the same, like we're gonna mesh
it's
these
literally-
As
together.
long
the
as
same
we're
document.
doing it like this, and there's nothing else expected but what we talked about, putting this in this format.
I think as long as you have 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe not insurance is what I'm hearing, we'll talk about that in a minute. So that 5, 6, which might wind up being 5, not 6, because of
Correct.
number 4, which we'll talk about here in a minute. As long as we have, my opinion is 5 CAPAs bucketed in these is better than 1.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Okay.
We felt like this was a much better dive into it, although there was a different approach we were going to use with our financial solvency plan. And most likely with our accelerated plan, this focuses directly on the CMAT report and directly on Dr. Dixon's report.
So is there anything, and Tony, you guys, and so is there anything that was going to be in those that you don't think will be in these CAPAs?
So I mean, like, my plan is first, to go through the CAPA first, and then we can have a recap of it, because then, if I get a recap right now, it's kind of like, we kind of skip through the process. But I do have a question about the timeline, though. I mean, like, just want to make sure we clear that we will wait until after the VEDA to talking about.
I
That
really
isn't what the
don't want
board
to bring
approved.
it, but I
That's
don't
right.
want to bring a lot of
Well,
information in here prior to that point.
It's good, I mean, that's fine. I think it's prudent, I wasn't able to be in the room a while ago, which is fine, it was executive session, just so everyone knows, everybody that wasn't in executive session left, and we sat out in the hallway, I just want to be real clear. I think it would be very difficult to talk about the efforts on these CAPAs and it perhaps not come off as electioneering. I'm just going to say that.
She actually gave us complete authority that, and Laura did ask the question, that if Vader stuff comes up in here as a process of the financial, she said completely legally allowed. Because
Okay.
the issue is the timeline this board is comfortable with on making decisions. When we're doing things that affect employees that may need to move to other positions or other districts or move somewhere because positions get consolidated or moved around, if we don't start stuff till February, March, that's not going to probably reach the tolerance level of this board, right?
Right.
We couldn't even eliminate
We're not
people with
saying
6
February,
months
March. We're
Yeah.
saying
notice.
November.
What you had sent out said February.
No.
What I sent out said.
No, what
February?
he
Oh,
set out,
Wait,
we
what
wouldn't
did
start
I-
implementing till February. If we're
No,
talking
I
about
think you said-
consolidating schools, the board has already said, that's a decision that's got to be.
Okay, so let me be
done by
clear on
November.
the February.
All right, guess what?
That's just saying that you have a draft of your budget parameter memo for the 26-27 year finished and ready to review in February.
So I guess when are we going to start seeing, I mean, I've already sent a couple emails. We're 400 plus people overstaffed in the district right now. When is the board going to start seeing those list of positions, right? Because we've been giving a really hard time, obviously from campuses and stuff like that, that none of the cuts have been identified yet for central administration or some of the other areas, like we've already touched
Right.
teachers, librarians, GTs.
This indicate,
And
or
if we don't do
this,
that before the Vader vote, I'm telling you, we're losing people in the public on the Vader vote because
This says-
they haven't seen cuts yet.
late October is what this, and I'm just trying
Early
to
voting
give,
starts October 20th, so if we don't have progress
Well, it
toward
just
right
says to
sizing.
discuss initial CAPA drafts.
right.
And then.
I'm assuming that the staffing analysis, though, is completed by that time. I
Yeah,
guess.
at the hard part, when are we doing town halls for school consolidations? When are we sending
I don't think that we
notices to
should
people?
get into
Those
school
acts.
consolidations until after we find out what our situation's gonna be as we move forward.
Well, the Vader doesn't matter to the school consolidations.
I think it would, but I don't wanna get into having those
We have schools
conversations.
at 50% capacity and I guess your recommendation is keep them open at less than 50% capacity?
See, no one just said that.
Yeah.
Ms. Bryant.
No,
No
I'm
one
saying-
just said that.
Yeah.
No one just said that. And
May I
this
ask
is
a
why I'm
question?
saying we don't need to have this conversation that early.
Till November? Okay, I'm just saying it. There was a lot of pushback last year because it was too late in the process to consolidate schools, right? What I heard from the board was October, November is when those discussions need to happen in the town halls.
Yeah,
So,
and
but I guess there's a board majority that isn't
No,
going to consolidate
What
any
we did was
schools.
we brought in April and May and started talking about consolidating schools. We brought in Coronado in December. And we had some pushback, but it was discussed, and that went over a lot better. So what people are looking for is adequate time to plan. And we did that with Coronado. What we're saying is you can't bring it in April and May and tell people next year we're closing down a campus. So we're not trying to push it back until April and May. We're just saying that we want to work on all of these, and then in November, we come back and start talking about the design. But I don't want to get into a full-throated, this is what's going to happen as we move forward when we don't even know the results.
I just think there's right sizing that has to happen in a district, no matter what, right? It doesn't have to do with how much money you have. There's a certain number of art teachers a school district should have. There's a certain number of coordinators. There's a certain number of schools you should have. And all of that is kind of irrelevant. It's about right sizing your district.
I'm
Because the
saying
more
late
money we free
October.
up, we can have after-school, middle-school program that Mr. Macias has been begging for over a decade. You know, it's not just about cutting, just so you can balance the budget. It's about having the right money in the right places, and that has to be done regardless of what happens on November 4th.
I mean, if I may, I mean, like, you know, I do agree with you in theory. However, the moment we identify the group, you know, I think that would, I mean, I don't know, right? But I think it may have a negative effect on the vote for those particular group.
Yeah, if those people voted, I would worry about it, right? But again, if the public votes, and a lot of people aren't affiliated with Judson and watch the news, and I've told you guys that already, is a lot of them are, when they see you at right size and you are making the cuts and you are doing everything financially right, that's when the beautiful old lady on C Street in Converse will come out and she will vote for it because she's seen what we have done to be fiscally responsible.
So there's two things on the table right now. I'm saying that the staffing analysis, I believe, can be completed in late October. I mean, that's right sizing. We're talking about having a conversation, an initial conversation in late October. Like, that's one piece.
Dr. Gibson,
I
I'm
have a
sorry.
deep concern, and I think you need to talk to your legal counsel about having the conversation about specific schools closing during the TRE could be interpreted as electioneering, because
That's what we're trying to say.
if you vote, your school will stay open. If you don't, your school won't. So
That's what it comes across
Correct.
as.
That's why we should be consolidating
Yeah.
schools regardless. We should,
Yeah.
it has nothing to
Right,
do
but
with the
it's just
We
the
should have done it last
timing.
year, but we ran out of time.
The window of the conversation during the election period, so I'm not saying don't do it. I'd be really clear with your legal counsel about what's okay and what's not okay.
Correct. 'Cause some people have said, if you don't vote for the Vader, we're going to close your school. It's already been said by some people. So,
Yeah.
I mean.
During the election period.
Yeah, right now, we're in a different ballgame now. The Vader's on the ballot, so we kind of have to temper our comments and commentary. But Ms. Ron's taking a lot of the floor. I don't agree with her.
Mr. Macias, you don't have to make comments like that, please.
Well, you have had
We're all
the
trying
floor.
to-
Stop.
You do it every single meeting.
It was a fact. It's a fact you had the floor. So, Dr. Gibson, what I want everyone to hear is that I want us to do it right. Whatever that process is, I don't need an accelerated plan because we're trying to get information out before. The community's aware of our situation. We've been very transparent about that. So get the information out at the best time. I think 30 days is an excellent turnaround for the data that you would be able to bring to us to make some decisions. And then again, to Dr. Field's point as well, this is a whole different conversation post-Vader, depending on the outcome of that Vader. Mr. Kingman said the same thing. So let's just not get too much in a hurry. Let's get the information, let's get ready and have those discussions. And just because it's been said over and over again, even here right now, consolidation is not going to save the district alone. I mean, you're going to see a savings of maybe $1 million, or maybe less, because again, you're moving. No, not 5, for sure.
for middle schools.
No, it's the cost of the middle school, not the savings. So let's be real about that. So bottom line is, we have a big deficit. Closing schools is not always the right answer. So we'll certainly look at those enrollment numbers later, but that's, again, a post-Vader conversation.
Yeah, so we're just sideboarding here. We're saying late October, have the staffing analysis completed, and it's just part of the conversation, which also makes it transparent, that here, we have a plan that we're looking at, and then we didn't set this up.
Yeah.
All I told her is how to get here and not go to that.
But that's just
admin
the
building.
staffing component?
That's just the staffing.
Right.
I'm saying wait until November, and then you can bring the consolidation or
I
whatever.
think
you
that's an excellent.
Because you can see on the agenda, I said I don't have that, I don't know about that. I mean, my only concern, and not that I even asked for it, I'm not saying I asked for it, but if that's in play, I really recommend after the election, then we pick whatever the consolidation is. And this is unsolicited, nobody asked me to do this, we had to make some tough decisions on closing some schools in a little bit different situation in my last 2 districts, and neither one of them were easy. But I wonder right now if it's better to look at a comprehensive plan and then lay out a Gantt chart of the bite sizes, like the bites, over the next few years, and give a chance. Like if let's say there's gonna be 5 things done. I'm not calling out any names, but there's gonna be 5 things done. Don't do all 5 at once. I'm not saying anyone's saying do that. But if whatever the low-hanging fruit is, do that one, and then monitor enrollment. Then do number 2, and then monitor enrollment. And then do number 3, and then monitor enrollment. Does that make sense?
What I was expecting is that in the fall, we would begin to have an analytical discussion, an analytical look at the entire district, not town halls saying, here we come, this is what we're going to close. That's a jump
Right.
way ahead. I want to see some kind of deliberative thinking process toward looking at the whole district, what makes sense,
Yeah.
where are we thin, where do we need to consolidate, begin that conversation. That, to me, is responsible, but it's also thoughtful.
Yeah, like I talked about, like, there's so many factors that go
discussion,
into it.
not a town hall.
Transportation costs, facility upkeep.
Hold on,
mean, the
hold
town
on. A
halls
town hall
can
is
come,
announcing to
like-
the public.
Right.
I think that's too soon. We need to have more discussion,
So
more
have you
analysis.
engaged with someone on the analysis you mentioned?
An
and they
analysis.
walked
Do they
in?
have that ready then, so we're queued out for November then?
Well,
Where we have
that's what
transportation,
I'm saying,
facilities,
Rob, but
and-
not for town halls. I'm
No,
agreeing.
no,
but
for town halls is
this,
when you're now going to the public and saying, this is what we've come up with. This is the
Right.
approach we're recommending. That, to me, is a jump ahead. We haven't done the deliberative analysis yet. That's what I was expecting us to do.
yeah,
I want to put
think
thought into it.
November,
But
late,
staff can have that done then by November. Like,
I
they
mean,
can be
it's
doing all that
probably
behind the
done.
scenes.
it's probably done, if I was guessing. It's just an initial conversation.
We're already working on our demographer, bringing in,
Right.
looking at those things. But again, to make any decisions before snapshot day is, premature.
Yeah, we're not ready for a decision.
And snapshot day is 31 October. You're talking about doing a staffing analysis, which is perfect, because then that could add to the information that we have.
Correct.
as we
That's all
move
we're
forward.
saying is some clarity around.
Then, as we move forward, we could put that stuff together and then brief it out. But it's different conversation, pre and post Vader. So and to Amber's point, I don't want to give the impression that we're saying to anybody, if you don't do this,
Right.
this is what's going to happen.
Right.
Or if you do this, this won't happen. I'm saying, give us an opportunity to put all this stuff together before we bring it back up. And that's what we saw.
I think that we may be getting there for different reasons, but I think there's agreement on just waiting until no earlier than November to have a discourse in here. Staff can be working, right? It sounds like they are, so staff is working. So what I'm hearing is, one of my questions on here for tonight, framing this up, is, if you remember, I said I was just helping facilitate the development of these CAPAs, right? And, okay, so am I helping facilitate a CAPA on consolidation? I guess I'm asking the trustees more than anyone.
I'm going to say yes. If this board is going to keep half-empty schools open, I'm telling you, the Vader's not going to pass. If we just keep spending and spending and spending,
But there's
y'all
nothing
got to pay
to
attention to the community and be out there and really talking to the actual voters.
Minus some of the second part of that, is trustees, is everybody okay with just, like, we're not gonna, like, bring that one out, but develop the CAPA, like, what do we need to do? And I don't even know if it's a CAPA, truthfully, on that
Well,
one.
it's just a plan.
Just a plan, that's exactly right, it's just a
We
plan.
can certainly say, going into the Vader, that we are coming together to look at and analyze the
We've
district.
already said that, though.
Yeah.
We've already
And-
said that publicly.
Well,
So
so I
we're-
think that's good to
Because
continue
this board
to
did
say
agree on a
that.
goal of 80 to 90% of capacity. Don't forget that. That is a board-approved goal that we set for ourselves. So if we're not going to get to 80 to 90%, then we
But I
need to
think
say
it
we're
was-
not going to do our goals.
But it was clearly stated when the decision was made not to close down the middle school, that it was accepted that that might not be the occupancy level at each of the middle schools, because a decision was made by the board that we weren't going to move in that direction.
Yeah.
So now to come back and say, because you made that decision, now we need to close down every middle school because we're not at that certain capacity. To your point, Ms. Ryan, I think we've been very transparent with the community in that if we don't see the occupancy at the campuses that we should see, then everything is going to be examined for efficiency as we move forward, success or no success of the Vader. And we're going to do that. But to come now and beforehand and say, this is what we're going to do, gives the impression that if someone votes either way, we will or we won't, and I just don't want to be put in that situation.
And
I don't want to be rushed into it either.
Right.
Yes, and I have to say again, just for myself, we do not want to operate half schools with half capacity. That's not the goal. And so obviously, again, to remind Ms. Ryan, the strategy for middle school was smaller campuses because it was told it may work. And that's a strategy. It's not because we're trying to be smaller. It's a strategy. So if that's helping, then we consider those strategies.
Yeah, but the scores went down at all of our smallest schools went down.
This
And our
is-
biggest schools went up this year.
This is a
So we
strategy
gave it a
that
year.
if
It didn't work.
if it doesn't work, then we have to change it.
No, I'm talking middle school.
So, and
3 years.
this is the first year we have 6 middle schools. So mind you, this is a fresh year and we're
This
looking
would
at
be a
that.
fourth F for those small schools then. How many years do you give them? Because TEO only gives.
This
them
is
5
our
and they
first
years.
year with 6 middle schools.
Okay, I'm telling
So-
you, middle schools of 600 have existed for 3 years.
Well, right
And our
now,
triple Fs.
right now, we've set the stage. So I don't want to take any more time debating this issue. We set the stage. Dr. Fields knows what the deliverables are. We have a plan. We have a good team here. We'll go forward with that. If it doesn't work, obviously, we'll make some adjustments. But I just, again, just want to make sure that we have consensus here. I don't know. I trust our administration is already doing that work, so I don't know if we need to add you to the mix for that consolidation. I trust that they're already looking at those things, and we're going to get snapshot, as Dr. Fields had mentioned. We'll make some decisions based on if we've seen a drastic drop in enrollment on these campuses.
That was my question, and so I'm happy, I got all the CAPAs I can say grace over already, so I'm okay with not having an additional.
So, I mean, if you don't mind, so obviously, if you look at a deficit, right, that 37 million or 32 million without the one-time cost, right? And 86% of it is staffing. So if you look at that, it's kind of obvious that, like, we overstaff. So, but to identify exactly what group to cut or to put it on the table to bring a report that show exactly which group is over, right? I think it would have a negative effect on the outcome of the Vader. So for that reason, we would like to bring that report right after the Vader. It's not because we don't
Yeah,
have it.
I mean, again, I'm going to disagree with someone who's been here, and you go talk to people up in Universal City and Selma and stuff like that, and when they know how overstaffed, I'm talking mathematically PEMS, right? Overstaffed central office is compared to when we had less students, that there is a whole group out there that when there have been no cuts between now and November 4th, that weighs on them.
Yeah,
So there's going to be an impact to
I
that.
think there's a way
more
to-
than the staff that work in these.
I think there's a way to get there is have the big number, like total 200, I'm gonna make up numbers here, but 200 over whatever, but not the subgroups, so that by the end of October, the community knows, we know that we're 200.
Well, we have different, I know Ms. Jones been waiting patiently to make a statement. Yes, ma'am. And then I just.
I should have jumped up.
Do not jump.
So I just had two things because it's kind of skipped around. I agree with the staffing report. However, I don't think the timeline is going to help with the Vader. If we wait till the end of October, from what I've heard with the community, it's not showing that we're trying to do what we need to do to right-size it. And I feel we'll lose votes there because people are thinking we're just asking for money and not doing anything. And then I'm trying to think what the other point was. Oh, and it might not be popular opinion, but I do think the district needs to truly work on a plan right now for consolidating schools. Not that you necessarily make it public to us, but just that it's ready, a go plan for when the Vader, if it does not pass, it's ready to go. Because at that point in November, we don't have time to wait 90 days for you to put a plan together, because at that point, we've got to start going out in the community and presenting it to people and letting them know, hey, we're looking at closing this school, or we're looking at closing this one. What's your input? We've got to brace them for it. It's got to be ready to go, not necessarily to publicize, but just so we have it in our back pocket ready for if that comes. And if it passes and we decide we don't want to go that step, we file it away. No one has to know about it.
And Ms. Jones, you bring up an excellent point. I would say whether it passes or whether it doesn't, it's still something that we have to look at as a district. I would tell you that we had conversations today as a cabinet about what are the considerations that we would take in place. We have some small schools that are operating almost the best we got in the district. Do you close that down based on size, or do you funnel some more kids over to it? So those are all conversations that we're having right now. We're just not prepared to jump out there and say we've made a decision on any of this. And we feel like if we did prematurely, it may affect things. So we are talking about having conversations about those. I wouldn't say that we're at the point where they're in our pocket, but I will say that that's something that we were going to bring up at our growth and planning meetings as we move forward as well. To Ms. Stanford's point, just the facts. This is the enrollment at each of the campuses. This is the academic performance at each of the campuses.
District-wide analysis.
That's it, but we're not talking about who, when. We just don't feel like we need to jump out there and make decisions before the Vader on which ones we're talking about.
Right. I just kind of feel, though, that you as the cabinet, you guys could know that information.
We
You don't
are
have to
talking about
share
it
it with
already.
us.
Yes, ma'am.
But just so we know that there's a plan in place, ready to go if needed, so then we can get to work on bracing the community and making it easier for them.
I would tell you that it won't be a plan, it'll be several different avenues that we can take.
Menu of
Menu of options that we can take moving forward. Then we'll probably have the growth and plannings pull the communities together. And then eventually we're going to come to the board with a recommendation. And then you guys will see the whole menu and you can say, that makes sense. I'm not confident that one does, based on the criteria that we'll give. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to also add too that since we're talking a lot more about middle schools and consolidations, one of the weaknesses with Judson Middle School is it was a high school. And that's why the capacity for space is different. So one of my recommendations when we get past the Vader may be to introduce a bond to restructure Judson Middle School to fit the needs of the community. And that way we're utilizing that space. That's thinking in the future on what can happen rather than having a vacant space there. So that could be a future consideration. But certainly the timeline, if we met with Coronado families in December, we can meet with families depending on the Vader in December, January, and still have that, have that appropriate timeline for it. But I think we just pause this whole consolidation discussion because it really doesn't have any merit right now. But as you mentioned, Ms. Jones, just prepare for that discussion.
I want to make sure that we get to all of it.
Yep, let's
So,
keep rolling.
You mind if we push through?
Elmo.
Ms. Jones already did it earlier. Y'all just didn't hear it. She did it on me.
Had the mic open on this one, sorry.
All right, so what we still have to agree on is what the major sub-CAPAs are going to be. So staffing recommendations,
I think
we've
what
agreed
we've
that's
done-
a sub-CAPA. That's its own CAPA, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it
Five of
may,
them.
I think we may be about to say the same thing, but since the recommendations came in these buckets, just leave the CAPAs aligned to these, may be easier for everybody, so, because it's kind of like you did with the curriculum, like y'all, even
Right.
if it was misnumbered,
Right.
you.
Just
you-
stick with
you
the
just-
plan?
Yeah, just,
We're just gonna stick
that's
with the
right,
plan.
it's the
We're committed.
same plan. So I kind of,
So then
That's-
you'll pull out the ESSER positions and just do a separate ESSER only CAPA?
Yep.
I'm looking for my other board members to make sure they're okay. Do you want her to go through every little line of it?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Only because we did it on the other one.
Sorry,
I
we're
want
at
to give it
3.5
the same
hours, so I was
respect.
trying to keep it.
Sorry,
Isn't
no,
that
that's why I said
related?
let's
Isn't that
push through.
related to the number one, staffing? Isn't ESSER
Yes,
really?
ESSER positions could be, I mean, we're looking at positions in staffing, and we're talking about those that began with ESSER, perhaps it could go there, and maybe that's something that we could discuss as.
Correct, yeah. Do you think you want to integrate those two together or commit to the taxonomy?
They seem related to me.
I-
They seem related to me.
I say initially start building them separately, but then trustees just know that they may wind up,
They're gonna
they may wind up
Feed
going.
into the master
Well, I
staff.
thought
And we
made-
make, oh,
I
I'm
thought
sorry.
we made the decision on the previous CAPA, that on some of these, we're going to combine
Right.
based on logic. And that's probably what will happen here. It's just that we wanted to go through each one of these and let you know kind of where we're at on accept, modify, reject, like we did on the other one, because we wanted to give this one the same due diligence that we gave the other one.
And you'll see that in the explanation. We've identified this is in line with AB or B1. So you'll see that they'll mesh, even though they're in different areas. So if I can just go through it as quickly as possible. A3, freeze hiring in non-instructional departments until staffing to enrollment ratios are stabilized. We would like to consider the essential versus non-essential personnel on a case-by-case basis to recommend for hire. What we mean by essential would be such as those positions that require special skills or a one in a department type of position.
Can I pause? Is that, all right, finance, smart finance doctor, is that something we need to pause and like do right now? Is that some guidance we need, a hiring freeze? Because I've heard that recommended by a number of people. Like, are we in that position right now where that's something that the board needs to give the nod to, listen, we have got to get to hiring freeze if it's not a core teacher?
We're not recommending that.
We're just gonna keep hiring? Okay. You can keep going then.
And I want to be clear with the board. What
Just
we're
every person we hire is someone else we may have to let go down the road.
We
So
got to
that's
give
all.
ourselves time to get through at least all the As before we ask the questions, but I'm going to answer the
Okay.
question. What we're saying is that you can't, we're not in a position where we can say we're not going to hire anybody. If you have a one deep position, and this is the individual that takes care of that responsibility, the water can't always flood in. Sometimes you need to go out and find that subject matter expert to come in and do that work, i.e. the CFO. Now, What we are saying is that we're not going to even make the recommendation until we as a cabinet have sat down and said, this is one of those essential positions that we need to move forward with, and this is why. And once we come together collectively and say, yeah, we need to move forward, that's the recommendation that we'll bring to the board. But we're trying to be clear. If we don't feel like it's one of those positions, we're not going to even recommend it. But we don't have to go out and say that we're on a hiring freeze and we're not going to hire anybody, because there may be an essential position that we do need someone hired for. And it doesn't have to be the CFO, it could be a bus driver.
I think those can go together, and I probably pulled the trigger on hiring freezes too often. I did it about every other year for 23 years, because it was the easiest way to say, everybody stop until we count the numbers.
Well, yeah,
Like, that's what
because
it's just like,
I guess it's the ones that we don't approve. For example, I troll the hiring board, right, to see what y'all are advertising, stuff like that. I see something called a P-Tech facilitator. Well, we don't have a P-Tech facilitator at Judson ISD. It is nowhere on the compensation plan. This board has never approved having a P-Tech facilitator, but yet it's advertised as a job in our district, right?
But we're not
So
recommending.
we're hemorrhaging money, but it wouldn't be one we approve. We don't approve facilitators. So you have the authority to hire that on your own, and the board not know, if I wasn't trolling the website.
I believe you,
It's new positions getting created literally in the last couple of weeks when we have a $37 million deficit. I don't know how to curb that from happening.
Okay, so let
but
me,
yet, you know,
okay, so all good, all good. So to help me, ma'am, so the recommendation said freeze hiring in non-instructional departments until staffing to enrollment ratios are stabilized. You're recommending modified,
In the event that there is a position that cabinet feels is essential, that is work stoppage, then it is something that we would.
Or only HVAC tech quits.
I'll give you a current one that we have. We have a foreman over in the transportation department that we're trying to hire for now. We've got buses that need to be fixed. You can't say we're not going to hire anybody and then we leave those buses because we can't find the quality of the people to come in and fix the buses. We got to get the buses fixed. I will be making a recommendation to hire someone to fix the buses. But based on what we're saying here, we're freezing all positions and we're not going to hire someone to fix the buses. Come on now.
so is there,
And Dr. Gibson, I'm sorry, but you can't restrict management's ability to do the job and then come back and say you're not doing the job. So if management needs to do the job, whatever they feel they need to do, we don't have to go to freezes. Obviously, the administration is looking at that stuff right now, but I'm not going to sit here and say freeze. So anyway,
So,
thank you.
I mean, from the financial standpoint, right, 32 million would equal to roughly 14% of the payroll budget. So yes, if that's the case, I do agree with you that we should freeze it. However, if the VEDA pass and we drop the deficit to 11, which only equal to 4% of the payroll, at that point, I don't think that we should freeze it. So that's the reason of why, in my opinion, I put the modification solely for the purpose of waiting after the VEDA. The moment we know the VEDA don't pass, that would be my recommendation to freeze the
yeah.
position.
And the challenge is everyone has said over and over, we don't have any extra people. And then you pull up the 24-25 teams report and the data doesn't lie, right? So that's my concern is, if the VEDA passes, we're going to go right back to where we were, which is having 400 more people than we need and then not having money for other programs. So, I'm sorry, Mr.
I think our goal is not to do that. I think we're all in agreement not to do that. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know, how did you do it when you would do your hiring freeze in your district when it came up to
Yeah, I'm
something
not
like
saying
that
it's-
situation?
yeah, I'm not saying it's the right approach. I would just, I need 60 days to look at the numbers. So nothing's going to
And
happen.
if you had a hiring and went, what, to the board for a special
Yeah,
exception?
it kind of all had to funnel to me to analyze everything, then I would take it to the board, which may be what he's saying
That's
anyway.
exactly what I'm
So
saying.
that's why I kept
That's exactly
listing.
what I'm saying.
Well, but that's why I kept listing, so.
And that's not a freeze. A freeze is you can't hire anyone.
Right. I just like.
So it's a
theatrics,
freeze
so.
It's not
with
even a freeze.
approval.
It's what we're saying here. We're going to own, and because the board is y'all are the ones who approve at this point. Because my hiring authority went from May to the first day of school. So now everybody who gets hired after that, we bring to you guys.
Okay, so
That's
that,
only
that's why I
teacher,
kept
but
trying to
you-
keep listening,
See,
because
I
I think
didn't-
we did the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I did mine with a little more flair. Because I was just like, everything's got to cross my desk.
Yeah.
I've
You
been
know,
saying
that's what
that,
he
I've
said.
been saying that for a month, right?
Well, and what I just heard from your CFO, well, well, that's good. But what I just heard from the CFO is keep your eye on that, though, for the Vader. And then also, we're gonna do a staffing analysis so that we know, like, where we are, right? Then we can start having conversation.
Well, just to use a line that Ms. Ryan said earlier, there are some things that we agree on. We do agree. And certainly, we do not want to revert back to any wasteful spending, and that's not what the goal is. But the truth is, the Vader makes a big distinction between what we're going to do going forward. Let's wait for the Vader, and that's what I've been saying for months. Let's see what happens, and then make some decisions if we have to do some major, whatever things we have to do. But at that point, we still have to look at the return on investment on anything and everything that we go forward with. So I think that we, and Dr. Fields has been really focused on those deliverables.
Well, and so Dr. Fields, if I may, on A3, a strategic request could be to look at, like, sometimes I would have trustees say, let me see your sheet of what you're considering, but I think that's what you're saying, that you'll bring, so I'm not saying you're not doing that, but like, here's the list of the open jobs, and I'm gonna hold on these 4, right? Because we gotta get these 3.
That's exactly what
Okay.
we do every.
And I think that's, just as long as the board understands, that's gonna be transparent to the board. And then we'll see what happens with Vader and staffing analysis.
But you would recommend that with any district? You wouldn't just say willy-nilly, don't hire anybody regardless of circumstance? So that's what we're saying here. We're only going to bring essential stuff that we feel as a cabinet we need to bring. And if the board says, even after that point, no, we're not going to do it, well, then that's the will of the
So I
board.
think, and so it's partially semantics, I think is what we're saying. And it's just, we're basically in agreement, I think everybody around the table, that it's scrutinize every single position. I think that's what I'm hearing, like every position completely scrutinized.
And these are all budgeted positions.
They're all budgeted positions.
You're not bringing in
but we've been
something new.
Correct, but we still have been scrutinizing even the
Anyway.
budgeted positions every time we bring.
Well, yeah, and that's good.
Yes,
And just for clarification, we are not creating new positions. That position you're referencing was a position that existed at one school, and now we're splitting it so that that person can service Wagner and Judson High School. But we did have that position. We've been very, very
Yeah, board
deliberate.
Never proved that on the compensation plan, ever.
But it's a position that existed, and it has existed for
We've only had
years for
P-TEC a
TSEC.
couple years.
Well, and
But
so
we've-
it may
Yeah.
be,
Yeah.
so you make sure that the compensation plan aligns to previously board adopted. I mean,
And I
yeah.
think that we've done that when we've brought comp plan amendments. We added positions that were left off. We've taken off positions that don't exist. So there's always some sort of cleanup when it comes to positions on there. But we have been very deliberate to not create positions that were not there last year. I mean,
And that has been the communication we've had with
Absolutely.
administration. We have had absolutely no new position. I want to clarify your statement about we've only had P-TEC for 2 years. P-TEC was converted by TEA, but it used to be T-STEM. So that position was in place even in T-STEM. As a teacher-based position, we're calling it a facilitator so that we can share it now with the additional P-TEC that we added a couple of years ago. But the original P-TEC, now P-TEC, was T-STEM.
Yeah, and
TEA
that's
has
where
changed
her
the name.
numbers are going to show these campus and LEA-based auxiliary professional numbers are the ones that have doubled, right, in the last 3 years. Like, these positions like this is where the money is hemorrhaging.
Well,
So-
I'm glad you mentioned that, and we'll mention that a little bit later, but to give another example, and we have a TEA email confirming that, when we're talking about the number of administrators and how that number has changed in PEIMS, I can tell you that the instructional coaches, prior to 2022, were not housed as administrators. But in 2022, TA made a change in the taper glossary that now instructional coaches are, even though they're not administrators
And
in role,
academic trainers.
and academic trainers and academic coaches are identified as administrators in taper.
Oh, they aren't in PEMS. Last year, they weren't in PEMS, so.
Well, I can
I'm-
show you
we can
the
go over the
TEA
numbers.
communication that states that they are, and how they are classified as administrators. And I'll be glad to share, I'll be glad to produce that evidence. But all of that type of information does change and skew sometimes the data that we look at or the perception that we can take from that data. So we'll be glad to share that data in this next Friday board notes. Okay, so then we're talking about, yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I got a question. If the staff audit was done and there's a certain, like a group or department, I don't know, the staff audit that, let's just say it's really overstaffed, Vader or not, are we going to like do something about it?
Absolutely.
Or-
Yes, ma'am.
oh, okay.
Absolutely.
And
Because it's just that when Mr. Kingman said about Vader and no Vader and about, employees and stuff.
So the reason that I said that, because based on the
I
efficiency
know,
audit,
but-
right, you can see that the number one expenditure that we spend more than the state average and more than the peer are the instructional side.
Yeah.
So, based on that alone, plus the $37 million deficit, we can kind of put two and two together and kind of see which group is overstaffed, right? But then, that's a complex kind of situation, because if we put the information right out right now before the Vader, that would definitely affect the vote. That's what I'm saying. If it is a school leadership, it is an admin kind of position that we overstaff, I would like to produce the information today. That's the thing. But the efficiency audits show that the school leadership, we are lower than our peer and we are lower than the state average.
Okay.
So if I produce a report right now, it's not going to show that the central office or the school leadership is a group that overstaffed, right? It's going to show a different group, the group that's going to affect negatively the Vader. So that's the reason why I propose right after the Vader, we produce that report.
Okay.
Because if it is a central office, I would like to show it today, because I would have the Vader. My whole goal is this, because I know we're going to go through this as a copper, but my whole goal is this. I've been through the cut, because basically to reduce the deficit is only two ways, to increase the revenue or to decrease the expenditure. And one way is going to be less painful than the other way, which is increasing the revenue. So that's why I try to focus
On the increase.
to increase the revenue first, because we can decrease the expenditure now, we can decrease the expenditure in November, we can increase the expenditure in December. But it's going to be a painful process regardless of where we're going to cut, because cutting is going to be painful. So that's why I try to go ahead and get the revenue first. And then, the cut going to be less painful then. That's my approach.
But we want to be clear that as a cabinet, we are already discussing efficiencies and we're already discussing ways to decrease expenditures. The extreme or level of how deep some of those cuts would matter based on whether or not we're able to increase revenue. But we are actively working and having those discussions in cabinet and making plans as we speak. So then I'm going to move on to A4. Develop enrollment-based staffing formulas to ensure proportional resource allocation across campuses and department. We can provide the evidence of the JISD staffing model and any changes that we would need to make to continue, modifications that we would need to make to continue working on efficiencies within our district. A5, monitor program-specific impacts more rigorously to avoid masking unsustainable growth patterns. We did accept, and we will rigorously monitor program-specific enrollment and impacts to our staffing. Part B was the ESSER recommendations for a CAPA. B1 would be to conduct a position audit of all roles originally funded by ESSER to determine which should be phased out or restructured. So this is where we explain that this is in connection with item 1B or
I am
We
confirming
renamed
that
that,
can be done.
8.2, yeah.
In anticipation of getting to this one, I have magically confirmed that that can be done,
That's more qualitative than
Yeah.
quantitative, though. So that's working with staff.
Yes.
but it can be rolled.
So we
We have a
could
list.
sure
definitely
you do.
develop an audit of all the positions, including those originally funded by ESSER, and we will conduct that with a third party. Develop a policy to prevent the use of one-time funds for ongoing salaries unless accompanied by a sunset provision or exit. The reason we use that as modified, it's because our JISD job descriptions and our contracts already state that positions are contingent upon availability of funding. Some of those decisions, though, have been discussed previously with the board, and it's been a difficult decision to talk about groups of people that we did fund at one point in time with ESSER, and that we might still
Or
have,
grant funded.
or that are grant funded.
Or
and
bond
that-
funded. Bond funded too, they have to be notified of that, like we moved
Yes.
some things over to bond.
Well, the bond has been a little bit easier to implement. But with grants, sometimes when we go out and get the grants and we bring the people in and hire them, and then the grant goes away,
Yeah.
there's still this, well, this is a really quality position in the district that we need to keep. Well, the funding for it has disappeared.
Yeah.
And we ran into that just with the title funding.
Yeah.
When we were told, no
And-
more title funding. So.
Correct.
And we
Title
do
funding
it
and
really
ESSER.
well on some of
We-
them, right?
we
Like the
made-
truancy officers came in and said, this is a
Yes.
whatever time the grant, it was right in the job advertisement. And so we know how to do it. We just gotta make sure we're consistently doing
Correct,
it. Like when we
correct.
moved the people over to bond, then they should have gotten an updated contract that says, hey, this bond, when this
That's
bond
really-
expires, you
yeah.
have to be revalidated or refunded in some other way, shape,
I
or
would say the
form.
bond is a lot easier because those aren't large groups of people, but we did make some decisions when we brought in ESSER to expand
Yeah.
large groups of people and that are still within our district. B3, implement stricter budget oversight for future grant-funded positions, ensuring alignment with long-term funding capacity. Again, this is in line with B2. Monitor the use of grant funds to create new positions and strictly enforce eliminating positions once funding is no longer available. So again, that could align with staffing because we're talking about using grants in such a way that we don't create new positions. Should we happen to do that, then it needs to be crystal clear that once that availability of funding is no longer there,
Yeah, it's almost.
neither is the
I'm
position.
glad you said that way. I know the heading for this one is, ESSER, Amber and I are sidebarring, this is really grant funding, the recommend.
Special revenue.
It's just special
Yeah.
revenue.
Should be broader.
Right, so we'll,
That word, write that down.
if y'all are okay, we'll attack it that way. Then Amber can bring us some best practices to the table in the CAPA on,
We're writing down the word special revenue, we like that word.
On it.
I
okay,
like it.
well,
That's what I did for a very long time.
Right there.
okay.
Perfect. And then B4, if appropriate, explore staff realignment or attrition-based reductions to gradually mitigate the increased financial burden. We are accepting it. We are restructuring and organizing departments, including roles and responsibilities. These are continuously evaluated to ensure staff realignment and attrition-based reductions. There was one recommendation in the third-party analysis regarding special education, and that is special education staffing models to ensure compliance with student needs and legal requirements. Consider reallocating funds to hire certified teachers rather than relying heavily on aides.
There, if, on the third-party analysis previously mentioned in A2, there can be a specific SPED component to that. I mean, maybe we can have a follow-up, but, I mean, we can isolate that, just so you know.
So
SPED,
you can do the staffing analysis on the sped.
yeah, so here's, it's like a Venn diagram, so here's staffing, here's SPED, and then there's some overlap in between.
We'd
but-
love that.
Okay, so I'm just saying that can be a part of,
Now, will that be isolated to us or compared to peers as well?
no, it's to you. I mean, well, it can be as to you as you want it. We can start really big with data, and we can get into job function, I mean, like as granular as you want it to be. Just so you know, I'm not saying you need to do one or the other. I'm just saying that we can run the whole spectrum on that.
We can sit and discuss.
Yeah.
I think we really need kind of a comparison.
Yep.
Not just, I mean, we may know what we have. How does that compare against
Which we can do
White
that.
size.
Yep.
or our peer district?
And to the student populations too. I think we thought we were going to get that out of Stetson, and then I don't think we
Right,
did.
correct.
Right? And they didn't, they looked at some units, they didn't look at caseloads, at resource co-teach, or any of that kind of stuff. So I think we're
Well, they
hoping we're
came
going to
back
get
and-
there, but
To your point, they came back and made a list of, hey, this is how you should, and we're kind of in line with that. But they didn't come back, to your point, and say, this is what you got, peer districts have this, y'all are over in this area or under in this area. So, would you agree?
Somewhat, yes.
What would you add?
They did look at different units, and they did look at how different things were, different things were staffed. One of the things that we wanted them to go probably to a deeper level is looking at different types of models that other districts are using, which we know that for us, one of the areas of concern is our co-teach model that we have and the number of people that it ties up. And trying to figure a way to get around that, and it's something we've been working on diligently, but looking at the different types of models versus co-teach versus instructional support, and how does that all play out as far as other districts are concerned. And they did do like ratio numbers between students versus teachers in different types of setting, but we wanted to take it a little bit step further, and then what we would do to move kids from that co-teach type of support to the instructional support.
And I'm glad Dr. Toppin mentioned that, because one of the conversations we had earlier today is when we're looking at all of staffing, we have certain models in the school district that we implement, not just in special ed, but in other programs. For example, in bilingual, we have the one-way versus two-way. If we were to take a look at the impact and performance between both models, are we getting that return on investment? We know that some models, such as co-teach versus support, some models are more expensive to run than others. When we're taking a look at trying to be more efficient, but yet still meet student needs, we really need to look at what performance is yielding, what each model is yielding in terms of performance, and if we should consider different models that might.
because we have kids who
run in
need resource. But again, if you have a small middle school, all of a sudden you can't just stick seventh and eighth graders all in the same resource room and expect a teacher to be teaching Carnegie sixth grade, seventh grade, and eighth grade in that same resource room, so those types of, how do
So
you
you're
solve that?
accepting the recommendation, and then I'm hearing that there's some data that's already available if we're talking about
To
doing a
mesh in.
Kappa. correct?
I understand. I think what Dr. Toppin was trying to bring in is that there's a huge Herculean shift that we're going to have to make in terms of the programs that we have moving forward. But in terms of a staffing audit, to say where we compare amongst our peers in terms of how much we have of special ed aides, special ed teachers, special ed one-on-ones, all of that stuff, that's still something that we need.
Okay.
What,
That helps.
very
That's not
contracted
something
in-house,
that was in that
right?
audit. I didn't read that in the audit.
There wasn't a great amount of detail.
Right. So that's what I was trying to say.
And we know that contracts have gone up a ton trying to fill some of those gaps. So, if we're paying $100 an hour to speech language pathologist, when we could hire somebody internally and pay, just like we did with police, right? We said, we're not going to contract police out because we could just keep upping the salary another $1, until we fill our slots. And look, it worked. You were right. I was wrong about contracting.
But
Give you that
across
one.
the state.
But we can do that with SPED too.
It's more difficult because across the state, contractors can make more from contracting than they can under being hired by a district. So.
You all are in a deep population, so they
Correct.
can work 6 different districts. And so I think it's easier in rural areas to get that one person who serves you.
Right.
But there's no benefits, are there, on a contractor?
Well,
Depends on the
if you're making twice the salary,
Yeah.
you can afford your own.
By your own insurance.
By your own
Yeah.
insurance. Yeah. And that's the reality for some
They're
of the
making twice
specialized
the
services
salary
that
on
we need.
contract.
It is twice, it's twice.
Almost
Yeah.
twice.
Yeah.
And what we heard from a lot of, in my last district, we were kind of situated similar, lots of people just, is I get my benefits from my spouse. I get to be a part-time
Right.
mom. I get to be like, I control my schedule a lot more. And so the flexibility of being a contractor we couldn't get speech passed, like, you know. So as in the finance office, they'd be like, can we have a speech path? I'm like, sure, you're never gonna find one. Share budget
We've
it.
been pretty good at hiring. We're relying on contracts so much that.
Yeah,
that's
it's twice as
all those,
expensive.
that's OT, that's
Well, we're on
everything.
contracts because we can't find the people. to
Which
hire. I
what
wanna
she
be
and
clear.
Amber's saying that's
It's not
very
because-
common.
Not because it's easier.
Yeah, because it's easier. It's because we can't find the people to hire. They're not out there. And it's not exclusive to Judson. This is across the state.
Universal.
It's everywhere right now.
So our statement for accepting the special education staffing model is that the cabinet will review, and we are looking to update staffing models to ensure that while all needs of the students are met, we want to consider staffing and instructional models that are efficient and that consider our financial status. For insurance, letter D, we did reject the 3 recommendations, and that's because the first one is to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of transitioning to a self-funded, from a self-funded to a fully insured. Well, the board approved moving to a fully insured plan on July 31st.
So it's almost like these aren't necessarily reject, they're just moot.
Yeah.
Rejected
they're-
because they have
yeah,
been,
they're-
yeah,
everybody-
because they're moot.
Is everybody in agreement, like the whole section
Yeah, just
D?
wipe it out.
Right.
Okay,
It's just a budgeted item we have to remember.
Correct.
We're getting a discount on one portion of it that we're paying out of our pockets, $250,000 this year. That's going up to $750,000 or something next year,
Yeah.
and then up over $1 million the year after. So there are still budget concerns, but not its
Correct.
own
But-
CAPA.
Correct, not enough for Kappa, and the self-funded, of course, the cost,
But it's something we're going to monitor like a hawk
oh, you better believe.
between now and when we get off
Okay,
that plan.
so we are removing this one. And then we can skip to E, budget planning and Chapter 21 contracts. E1, begin staffing and budgetary planning well in advance of Chapter 21 contract deadlines. In future years, we're accepting that we will develop a timeline that reflects early staffing and budgetary planning to share with the board.
I just want to put the caveat in, is that we started this process early last year. Problem is that when we got ready to start making decisions on who we were going to let know stuff, that got delayed. And that's why we fell into this, hey, we're past the date of notifying people of the change in their pay. So we can start next week, but if we don't make the decisions early enough, then it's all for naught. I hope I was clear on that. I'm not trying to be offensive, I'm just saying, the decisions have to be made.
And a lot of it was the types of contracts people were on too, right? Like having an academic trainer, certain facilitators, or certain people on teacher contracts who are not teachers of children and are getting Chapter 21 protections does not protect the district. It protects the employee. And if they're not the teachers of children, our hands are tied on a lot of things. So I think talking to Jameson, there's a lot of re-looking at our contracts that needs to happen to make sure that the right people are on protected Chapter 21 contracts, and then people who are not in that category, because otherwise we can't move
That's
people
E2,
around.
man.
Yeah, but-
Can't move people around.
Before we move on, I gotta say one more time to all the academic trainers, some of the best teachers we have in the district who are out there coaching other teachers. You are teachers. We do respect what you bring to the
They're
table.
teachers, well, just like a coordinator up at district office. Those were some of our best teachers we ever had too, but now they're a coordinator, right? They just have a different job function. So an academic trainer has a different job function, which is not the same as a Chapter 21 teacher of children.
but you, E1 and E2 though, I mean, they're saying that you're, same lawyer, right? You're
Yep.
gonna do the analysis.
Yes, we are collaborating with legal counsel to review and evaluate Chapter 21 contracts.
Okay.
Which ties with E2 to identify potential revisions or policy adjustments that preserve the flexibility while remaining
So
compliant.
it's accepted, and we'll do the analysis, and then I'm sure the board's going to hear the results of the analysis, right?
Yes.
And we go to contract renewal.
And
we'll
we
renew
started
rate hikes.
actually that discussion back in May with legal counsel.
Correct.
And there were certain positions that were identified that I know it was mentioned, we need to consider revising these names for next year.
Yeah,
So
because we
that work
start
has
doing
already begun.
contract and renewal approvals as far back as March, I don't remember. the first list you ever bring to us, but it's early in spring, yeah, knowing, having all that locked in, because otherwise, once we approve it as a board to renew, then our hands get a little more tied.
And then E3, establish a clear strategy for reallocating support personnel, such as academic trainers, into instructional roles to meet the student needs. We would like to modify that. The district has reduced to 3 academic coach positions, and I believe we had started with 10 this year, or 11. And there will be no academic coach positions next year. The current academic trainers are being reassigned to ensure that all campuses have at least 1 academic support personnel, which the district administration asserts is important and essential in supporting instructional roles.
Are we also going to look at kind of changing their, seeing if they can qualify for the teacher raises in some way? Like maybe changing their?
That's impossible.
They do not per TEA. So per TEA,
Not right
you
now,
have
they
to
don't.
have, well,
They can go to a class.
as
I
an
mean, they can go to class
instructional
anytime.
trainer, they are not coded as 087, which is one of the requirements that TEA has identified for any position to be eligible to receive
Right.
the
I mean,
TRA.
is it possible for them to create kind of a hybrid position where they do teach part of the day and then work with teachers the other part of the day? Is that even possible?
We are looking to see if that position could be then a teaching position for a half day.
Yeah.
And then serve as an academic trainer for another half of the day. I'm sure that's something that I know we could look into.
It'd be worth looking at. We'd kind of be splitting the baby a bit, but then we wouldn't totally lose academic trainers to the classroom the whole day. We'd keep an academic trainer function.
And my expectation is that you are already looking at that. When we had the agenda item last month, or whatever, last week, I asked, what about a hybrid, as Ms. Stanford had mentioned, to qualify them as 087s? And you guys would come back to see if that was viable. I'm looking for your leadership on that, but that's the expectation.
Understood. And then E4, improve communication and coordination among the board, HR department, and cabinet, especially leading into hiring seasons and budget cycles. We will continue to communicate with the board and provide staffing and vacancy reports. Any questions on that?
I had one thing, just on the academic trainer part, since y'all are looking at that, I think it would be great to get their input to see if that's even something they would be interested in.
Understood. Yes, ma'am.
I've asked around a little bit. You bring up a great point. We can do that across the district. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and any other metrics, I think a lot of us are just looking on the return on investment on it, right? We're looking at the academic scores on certain campuses, and we're just, that's a lot of money. 41 times $75,000 is a lot of money, and when we start having to make really hard decisions potentially later on this year, Mr. Macias and I are going to be looking for data, right? We're looking for data and return on investment. There's a lot of places we could spend that money, and is that the best place to spend it? I don't know. It's just something we're going to have to think about in the future.
I can tell you the feedback that I've received from the principals and the academic trainers that I've spoke to is that they're invaluable. I mean, we can't do without.
Well, of course, the academic trainer is going to say that they themselves are invaluable. I'm going back to the
But they're
CMAT
not-
audit where
what you just
68% of our
asked.
teachers said that they were not being used. They weren't in their classrooms, they weren't being used. So I'm just saying, we're going to need some counter data, not from themselves saying that they're great. And I know some of them very well, and there are some amazing ones out there. I'm saying, we're going to need some academic data that shows that academic trainers are improving math and reading. Because I don't think we have that yet, but down the road, before we have to make a decision like that for next year, there's gonna have to be some data that's gonna back some of that stuff up.
I thought the question that was asked before was, how do the academic trainers feel about the position? I'm sure that most of them, the ones that I've talked to, would come back and say that they feel that the role is essential full-time, not just half-time. And I think that they would be willing to, I mean, they're excellent teachers. They can go where they want. But I think that they feel that in the absence, especially at the middle school level, of an extra AP there's not a lot of people on campus that can provide that support to struggling teachers on campus. And with the principals overwhelmingly, and I guess I'm looking at the cabinet now because they sat in the same meetings I sat in. The principals said, we can't do without these people. Am I correct?
Overwhelmingly.
Overwhelmingly. Not one stood up and said, I don't need mine. And I'm not saying that they're saying that just because it's an extra person on campus. I think it's because they truly value the position. So the reason why it's on here now is because there's kind of been a decision made that at the end of the year, that we're supposed to move towards not having any anywhere. So that's not something that we recommend going forward. But if that's the way that the board wants to move at the end of the year, then we're going to have to let folks know early. But
Yeah, and again, I guess the staffing analysis, that's the bit of information. So, because
Yeah,
the
because
data.
Northside's cutting theirs, lots of
Right.
districts are cutting theirs all over San Antonio. So
Yeah.
again, if we're gonna, something we're gonna keep, we're gonna have to justify that money.
Wouldn't we be able to kind of see too from MOY if there's been an improvement with having them with, I guess, them, the new direction this year with you're not to use them to monitor the cafeteria or bus duty to see if the scores at the middle of the year have improved, or we can say it's a benefit for them.
it's the plan. I want to be careful, Ms. Jones, in that if we do see the increase in that area, I don't want to attribute it all to academic trainers.
Right.
Because we're doing so many shotgun things to bring up scores across the district. But to your point, we should see an increase in academic performance based on our commitment to these people being at the campuses. You're absolutely correct.
Well, and DOI is going away next year for core classes, right? That's
But it doesn't take away the
Fall
need
26.
to bring in a struggling teacher and say, this is how you do it. And right now, they wouldn't have the person to kind of take them under the wing and say, hey, let me not just tell you how to do it, let me go give you a model.
And that's
They
what
actually
principals and
go-
assistant principals used to do back in the day, like 4 years ago.
Well, I would just say that if it comes down,
I never had a principal model for me, no ma'am.
if it comes down to it, then the board would just need to make a decision if we need to make an investment in those positions. The only reason that I've asked to see if there could be a hybrid is so that we could actually pay them out of.
TRA.
Exactly,
We'll look at that.
rather than us using local funds, but I certainly wouldn't mind putting a budget amendment that would put local funds and make this a board decision. Because if we're going to support campuses, that's something, as you just stated, Dr. Fields, has been noted.
They're
And,
funded for this year.
yeah, well, I know.
For next year,
But,
you're absolutely.
but again, that's also very different on what happens with Vader. I mean, there's just realities in terms of we have to look at things. So we'll see what happens in November, but, I
And I
mean,
think it's also possible to look at a model where campuses that are still struggling keep an academic trainer, and campuses that are now have moved to a certain level don't require them any longer. So I think that that could be something that's looked at as well when we get.
maybe the amount of teachers under 2 years of experience.
Yeah.
Something like that.
That too.
Or look at a Laredo or a Harlingen.
Some metrics that can
Harlingen and see
tell
what they're
us
doing.
which campuses still need that support more than others.
So there are 5 Kappas. We're agreeing.
I was trying to write mine down. What do you
There's
have?
still one
Let's
more,
compare.
Yeah.
Central Administration Savings, which is F. That's on the third page. There's 4 recommendations there. The first one is reaffirm the district's priority to preserve classroom instruction by avoiding reductions that directly impact teachers and students. 86% of our annual budget is salary, and teachers account for 46% of those salaries. The district continues to reaffirm its priority to preserve classroom instruction. We accept. Conduct a more thorough review of central office roles and reporting structures with an eye toward consolidating functions or eliminating redundancies. We accept, but we've also noted that this recommendation combines with recommendations 1B, 2A, and 2D. So it's part of It's almost like part of the staffing
I have a
audit.
tool for
So
that,
we would
just so you
probably
know.
take this, and rather than putting it in its own CAPA, it's
Yeah.
really still part of that staffing CAPA.
Greg has a tool.
Oh,
Yeah, we
Greg has
do,
it.
yeah.
Greg has it.
Yeah, key
Okay.
roles and responsibilities.
And then F3, encourage department heads to revisit their budgets and provide revised proposals that do not rely on campus-level reductions. Recommendations on the draft efficiency plan presented to Ms. Dixon did not rely on campus-level staffing reductions. Maintain the freeze on filling vacant academic coach and trainer positions and consider reassigning existing trainers to campuses where certified teachers are needed. This is the discussion we just had.
Yeah.
We've already reduced.
Which, so that one links with
That one links to
E3, thank you. Yeah, those two really
E3.
go together.
So I just try to provide some data. So if you look at, let's say, function 23, right? The total budget for function 23, which is school leadership, 14 million. Function 41, which is the general admin, and that's 7 million. So if you just add two of them together, that's 21 million. And the total salary for all of the academic trainer at the district add up to 2.8 million. That's not include the benefits. So let's say that just round it up to 3 million. If you group all of those three together, it's only go up to 24, 25 million total. As you can see, we did have a robust discussion about the academic trainer. Are we keeping them? Are we cutting them? This small group of 3 million, it is a tough decision if you decide to keep it or cut it. Just think about 37 million. That's a huge amount. That's 15% of our total staff. That I do think that it's much easier if we get additional revenue, everybody on the same page by passing the beta. And after that, the cut reduced to 4.6%. That is a much easier number to look at and to take a look to see where we can find efficiency instead of looking at 15% of our workforce to try to reduce.
Especially if dispersed across the district, across all departments.
Dr. Fields, could I add one piece to that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we have to be really cautious about the conversation with academic trainers because he's talking about budget, but the loss of human capital to our district is scary because, as you've said, these are our best teachers supporting other teachers. And we had a conversation when we met with them last week. Academic trainers serve a very specific role on a campus. They're not evaluative. They're not doing anyone's T-tests. So if I go in and have a conversation with you and provide coaching and feedback, it
As the
sounds
administrator or
very,
principal.
very different than if I go in as the principal and say, hey, I need you to do X, Y, and Z. That's a very different conversation than when the academic trainer does that. So I just think we should be cautious and measure not only the budget impact, but the human capital impact as well, because a lot of these academic trainers have been with the district 20, 25 years. When we had them introduce themselves last week, the amount of years that they have devoted not only to education, but just to Judson ISD is remarkable. So I just want us to be cautious about the conversations we have about these highly skilled, clearly devoted and loyal employees.
Well, in other words, like we said earlier, how the classroom is affected. And they very directly affect the classroom outcomes.
Well, that's what we're hoping to see the data on. We want to see the data that they are actually improving that.
Right, but I believe that's part of what you're saying.
And that is the accountability that should fall on Dr. Duhart-Toppin and I, to make sure that academic trainers, first of all, have the pathway clear for them to be able to do their work, and then also hold them accountable for the things we're asking them to do.
I'm going to agree completely. There are a lot of variables, and we've talked about, I think, all of them tonight. The thing that's the least fun to talk about is the cash burn. And so I'm going to make sure that it's
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't afford everybody. Everybody's amazing. Everyone works hard. Every custodian, child nutrition worker, academic trainer, coordinator, everyone works hard. So when we talk about one group working hard, well, they all work hard. We should never talk about one group working hard, because if they don't work hard, they shouldn't be here.
There's potentially a tough decision to be made no matter what.
Yeah.
Even if it passes, there may need to be
We've still
you
got
might
13, 14 we had to cut,
Yes.
yeah.
When it passes, sorry, Dr. Fields, but
Thank you so
it may minimize some of the tough decisions, but there still may need to be some tough decisions, is what I'm saying.
Correct.
Okay, can we
Can't lose sight of that.
summarize the finance? Where are we at? Are we at 5? Are we consolidating some of these? Let's come.
I believe
I
we
think it's
could
all around
consolidate. Yeah, so like F is all about staffing. If you look at F, central administration savings, staffing F1, staffing F2, F3, and F4, we're talking about staffing. So I'm
Should go
thinking
with
that
A.
instead of 5, maybe.
Roll those together and call it staffing.
I mean, like, if you look at 2, if you look at 3
B and E.
and F, I
Well,
think
A, B, and F all go together.
So is it just
Yes,
staffing
A,
and
B,
sped? Is
and
that
F.
what we're down to? That's what I'm trying to figure out for our list.
And E.
and
Budget
E,
planning
yes, and E.
You want that separate,
Contracts. I
contracts
think
and
that's
HR
separate.
separate? Are
Don't
you
you
good
think?
with that?
Stay separate.
I think that's separate.
I'm looking for a couple of nods.
Yes.
Well,
Sorry.
I thought we were going to wait until we went back and said, these are the ones that we need to combine, and these are the ones that need to
That's what I
stand.
remember, just
I don't want to
do.
sit here in a rush.
Yeah, don't
Oh,
do.
sorry, I thought you want,
On
the end state was
said-
I
us.
said that to you
Telling
earlier,
us,
but
giving
then
guidance to go
I
run with.
changed it
Okay,
because I
sorry.
said I see this and they organized it that way. Let's just kill the insurance one, work on the other 5, and then we'll cluster them
However they see fit.
together
Okay, so they're
in
gonna
the
come back.
end. But
Okay,
Well,
so I don't
we'll
have to
still
write it
change
down.
it to the board's request. We're just saying, give us some time to make a logical combination.
Propose what you think it should be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
if the board says, no, change it to this, we'll change it.
Okay,
So
no, I just thought you
5 of
wanted us to
them,
walk out with a list tonight.
Staffing, ESSER, SPED, Chapter 21 contracts, and central admin. Those are the 5.
Those are the 5 that are listed, but we're going to go back and propose how many kappas from those, because mostly they are staffing, special ed, and Chapter 21 budget.
Yeah, and I mean, on the working agenda, I thought that, but I didn't want to be presumptuous because I said, I think staffing is just going to cover several of these, that's right.
You're correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else we
Anyway,
have
we're
to
in agreement
accomplish?
with
Ms.
What
Lee,
else we have to accomplish tonight? Oh, Ms. Lee, go ahead.
Oh,
You don't want to?
no, it's just something about the academic trainers that I just want to, like a side comment for it. Is it just fair to say, like, the principal really knows their home campus, like, what do they really need to succeed? And for us to give that resources to them, is it just fair to say that? Because I'm just gonna say it. Let's just give an example about Metzger. I've been crying out loud for Metzger because it's a failing school. I can, it's a fact that it's a failing school. And it's so hard to attract just the community itself because, it's been years. But now that we have a new principal, we have a new staff, is it just fair to say that for her to succeed, for her to not fail and wanted to maybe just that needle to up, if she needs an academic trainer, then isn't it just for us to give it to her because we want her to succeed? So for us to say that, because just talking to them and everything, we lost the whole science department at Metzger. Those are all new teachers. Social studies, we lost them too. Those are all new teachers, and we have only one academic trainer. It's just not fair for it. I can already see, all the efforts that she's putting, but for her to I don't want her to burn or something, that she's only one person, but she has to do a lot on her plate. So if that is something, for the school to succeed, please, we have to be mindful as well, not to maybe, yes, it was said that some schools maybe don't need it, or maybe just a little, that they could have part-time teaching with the students or not. But for Metzger alone, that's really just a seeing right now. And for us to want to succeed that school, then that's impossible. So that's just a side comment when, because academic trainers are in the table earlier, so.
Maybe they need two, you're saying.
Well, if, I don't want to like say it public, but I'm just going to talk to Dr. Fields about something on the school that the principal voiced out about having the APs there, but she would rather have two rather than, yeah, but.
We can do it offline.
I didn't want to say.
I just.
No, I didn't want.
No, we can do it offline.
Y'all say too
but
much
to your
of
point,
her business.
Well,
you bring up a good point, and that is, if we're going to hold people responsible for bringing the ship in, and they're telling you, these are the tools that I need to make that happen, we can't ignore it. We have to, now, I'm not saying we always have to just give it, but we have to consider it and look into the
Well,
feasibility.
and I don't think there's anything a principal's not going to ask for. It's you
Right.
give a mouse a cookie, and I'm sorry, sometimes that happens. You'd be like, hey, would you like an extra counselor and 4 extra teachers? No one's going to turn that down, right, type thing, but,
You'd be shocked.
it's a matter of,
Well,
and especially a new principal who, she's still figuring, it out. God bless you, Ms. Davis. Good luck, type thing, but it's also what the principal wants, and it's what the teachers need.
Yeah, I'll
That's the bigger
reframe
thing.
it. You're in a cash burn and you can't continue it.
No.
So there's gonna
Again,
have
we
to be
have people walking
there's gotta be a
into-
decision at some point.
Well, there's alternatives. That's what people aren't thinking through alternatives. So we
Yeah,
have
but what
experienced
I'm-
science teachers that could go be a department head at Metzger and be mentoring all the science teachers. Instead, we have academic
I'm
trainers who
going
don't even
positive-
have course certification.
Positive presupposition
Who are-
that these kappas on either one of them are gonna tease out.
Well, again, we
It's
have
gonna tease out
elective
those good
teachers who
ideas.
are academic trainers for core subjects that they have never taught. The amount of credibility they have in some of those classrooms is zero.
Okay, so
How are you
what-
gonna walk in and teach me to teach math?
But see, we're
versus the math
getting
department?
distracted from the whole point is we've got a cash burn that we've got.
Well, hold on. I'm going to say my comment, and I've been waiting patiently. So the bottom line is that we recognize that cuts need to come. You said that earlier. This Vader will help us make it, I believe, manageable to cut. Every employee is valuable. Every employee is needed. And so I'm going to ensure that we always talk about retention. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for mentioning that. We should be open and receptive to what campuses want. So the philosophical difference that Ms. Ryan and I have been, she's ready to cut now. I'm ready to wait, and then we'll see what we need to cut. Because at this point, we have one revenue stream coming that could really change the conversation. Am I correct, Dr. Gibson?
Well, I mean, it's going to help to the tune of 20, I heard it the other night.
21 million.
Correct.
So.
It doesn't solve everything, though.
And we
is all
don't
I'm-
get anything new out of it. We don't get new programs.
Well, we get a manageable, very manageable.
Tony, it helps.
Yes.
There's no way it doesn't help.
And so, I want to just affirm, every employee is valuable. And so before I come in here and want to cut positions and close campuses, I want to make sure we're making the best decision that will not impact the classroom.
Correct. And I agree with that, and we've kind of built like this binary, this is not going to be everybody gets everything or nobody gets nothing. There's a dial somewhere in between those. And so it just gets scary when we start, I'm not saying anyone's doing this, but when we start making it feel like anyone gets anything they want. It just like, I want Starbucks coffee. I drank QT coffee today because there wasn't a Starbucks for a 200-mile stretch, so.
I want. Well,
Right.
everybody wants everything.
I got coffee.
But we're in a
It was
cash
just
burn. We
not-
can't have everything we want
Right, and it's just important to kind of anchor there. So, yeah, there's going to be some tough choices that I know that the TRE, after it passes, will make those choices a lot less tough. It doesn't eliminate them.
But it's not
Maybe that's
personal, and it's not because you're not working hard.
Right.
To the 4,000
I think
employees out
that
here, none
the-
of those cuts will ever be
Right, the-
because you're not working hard.
The purpose of the staffing analysis that we're talking about bringing forward just identifies some clear areas to look at first, so we don't have to arm wrestle. And I mean, like, there's just some data points that just help us focus in some areas.
What else do we need to wrap up? Because we got elementary school moms who are on their last.
I'm driving home, so I've got 5 hours so ahead of me.
Thanks for coming in.
Do you?
No, it's all good.
What do you need from us in order to work with him to figure out what's next?
Yes.
Good enough from us for now?
Good.
Okay.
Well, I know
You
that.
got enough from us
That
to
might
help him?
have felt a little bit painful, but I think that calibration before going to work on those CAPAs was extremely important. There's a military term, the commander,
Oh, the commander, when you do, I've told this story, when you do mission analysis is the first thing you start with, you go through your facts and your assumptions, and you get the commander's initial planning guidance.
Okay,
before you
that's-
ever start to develop any course of action, because you may make a
kinda
plan to go take that hill, and the commander wants you to go take that hill, so you don't waste.
say
your
it again,
time.
it's the commander.
Commander's initial planning guidance.
Okay, that's
And it's before
kind
you
of-
develop any courses of action, you get
So
that.
thinking about the strategic role and tactical role, that's kind of what we did.
board-
The board is the commander, and
planning
we got the
guidance
planning guidance
for the tactical
for the
team to
tactical
go
work.
plan now.
And I think that's kind of cool, so thank you.
Yep. All right, oh, wait, hold on.
Got to adjourn.
There, thank you. I don't have a gavel, so I'm super confused. There being, oh, I'm sorry, do you really have a question? Go ahead.
No, I do.
Oh, you do?
What do we have to do to get the ball rolling on the staffing analysis? Is that something we have to approve
Just
or?
thumbs up?
We'll have our finance department start working with them and make sure we jump through the appropriate hoops to
Okay.
get that done correctly.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Crumble cookies to Amber might help. All right. No,
We're going to go through finance too.
we can do that.
Care of that. If it's an item over 50,000, then of course we have to bring it to the board.
Yeah.
But we are the ones that will start looking at.
Okay, last call before, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 10:08 PM.